do you have a human conscious experience and do you have the ability to deploy said experience? Those are like the two things I say that make you worthy of more consideration.
Since you brought it up, I wanted to ask, while I still have you.
Yeah.
What do you got against animals, man?
Well, they taste really good. Isn't that what meteors say?
That is what they say, and I don't think any vegan would. I mean, I guess since we're doing sort of meta ethics, regardless of whether or not you're going to be a vegan, I've heard you say that essentially there is such thing as moral consideration or moral worth. It just is something that sort of doesn't apply to non-human animals.
Yeah, that basically, I feel like you can start from one of 2 points. You can either say, I value human sentience, and that's where I began all of my moral construction from, or you can just say that, like, I value all sentience, and that's where vegans typically begin their construction from. I don't think there's necessarily a good argument for one or the other, because I view these as being very foundational statements, and being a little ethical anti-realist means I can pick whatever one makes me feel better. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's basically where I'm.
And what is it that you happen to value?
The human sentience, basically.
Human sentience. So does that mean, can you just like define human sentience?
That the human brain seems to produce some conscious experience that I would call a human conscious experience. Yeah.
Okay, so is that true of all human beings?
Probably not. I could imagine somebody having enough of their brain removed such that they don't have that experience anymore. It's probably possible.
But like, would you still sort of value their sentience insofar as they have it, just because they're human beings?
No, if they're not having a human conscious experience, probably not. So for instance, I can imagine a person gets into an accident and the majority of their brain is destroyed or removed, but their body is kept 100% alive and healthy. Arguably, this person would have no moral value, other than like what the family would think, I guess, yeah.
So you've got kind of two necessary conditions here. One is sentience, the other is being a human. You sort of need both. In order for you to,
I say human sentience, essentially, yeah. So you could say to be a human and to have sentience, I guess, but like a human, like there's a human conscious experience. The moral qualifiers, I shouldn't say moral qualifiers. Basically, the statements is, do you have a human conscious experience and do you have the ability to deploy said experience? Those are like the two things I say that give you like, give you worthy or make you worthy of moral consideration. So destroyed or is dead, for instance, like a human body, the capability to experience, so they have no moral consideration. Somebody who's sleeping does, you can wake them up. Like a live person, somebody with mental disability, conceivably enough parts, I guess, that they wouldn't.
You can have sentience without human beings without sentience. I'm asking, is it sort of, those are the two boxes you have to fulfill? If you're sentient but not human, you don't care. If you're human but not sentient, you don't care. But if you're human and you're sentient, then you've sort of conferred moral value onto this being.
Well, I guess the question is, are you considering, is sentience, is all sentience the same to you? Like, is that just like a thing? Or give me a definition for this.
Yeah, I mean, I guess by sentience, I mean the ability to experience pleasure and pain, or desirable and non-desirable.
Oh, okay, sure. Maybe I should say...
essentially the ability to have preferences, I suppose, is one way of putting it.
Okay, because I feel like human sentience I would view differently than like the sentience of a lot of animals or other things. But sure, I could say then to be a human and to deploy a sentient experience, a conscious experience, yeah, have sentience, yeah.
Because the problem that I have with your view is that it's sort of like an on-off switch, right? You've got like this care for human beings that extends presumably to political activism, to saying that we should hold other people at gunpoint to take their money to make sure that other people aren't suffering, like very seriously. We're taking this very seriously, the suffering of human beings, and even like slightly more menial sufferings, like being cold at night. People should be able to warm their homes, and so we should sort of have a welfare blanket for that kind of purpose. Not that that's menial, but I mean in comparison to something like being forced into a gas chamber, it's not as bad. But when it comes to non-human animals, particularly farm animals, or farmed animals, I should say, pigs and cows, it's just like an off switch. Is it just like there's just nothing, or
No, I just for some reason I was I accidentally had, I guess I must have disconnected or clicked the wrong button, but I removed my face from there. That's a real shame. I've been I guess I have been narrating for like the last 50 minutes, including playing a game with yeah, welcome back. Indeed. Shit, I wasn't paying attention. I guess I narrated like 30 minutes of When the Seagulls Cry. Well, actually, no, this is a new stream, so maybe not actually. No, When the Seagulls Cry, I was narrating properly. Also, I narrated a little bit of When the Seagulls Cry, so if you want, you can go back and watch that. I just played the rest of the chapter that I was playing last night before I got too tired. Gonna check stream every now and then. Yeah, sorry about that. It was only for like an hour though that I played, so You turning off your mic and blah blah blah. Yeah, cosmic skeptic. Yeah, cosmic skeptic. Okay, so we're gonna do this. Okay, I was responding to your comment, but I was responding in the void, so I'm gonna respond again to your comment. Cosmic skeptic needs to make another antinatalist video. Yes, you're 100% right. He does. Unfortunately, I think the reason he hasn't yet is because the interview with David Benatar was very inconsistent. David Benatar is a secret pro-mortalist, so when it comes down to it, Alex was really pushing him on the pro-mortalism thing, and that Benatar didn't expect that. And I think Alex is just kind of like, you're being inconsistent, so I kind of don't like that fact that you're being inconsistent and you're like kind of like making a fool of yourself on my channel. And so, it's kind of just like, given the fact he's an actual pro-mortalist, he should just man up and say, yeah, I think pro-mortalism is a really valid concern. It's probably the reality of what antinatalism leads into is pro-mortalism, which is ethylism and negative utilitarianism, basically. So basically, he has to kind of admit that his asymmetry ethics leads into pain and pleasure, leading to promortalism, desirism, leading to promortalism, rule-based ethics, or I already said desire-based ethics, virtue-based ethics, any version of ethics that has any type of thing besides like anti-realism, any version of ethics really basically leads to promortalism. He needs to get Gary on there. The fact that he hasn't is fishy. Yeah, I know, right? It's like literally like one of the most famous philosophers ever to win it, like in the modern internet age, and he's just like, I'm not gonna have Gary on the podcast. I mean, I know it's because he just thinks Gary's just gonna be swearing at him the whole time and stuff, which is probably true. But it's also kind of because I think he knows he is gonna get destroyed in a way. I mean, it's basically one of two things. Either he's gonna, because basically they sound very similar when they talk. It's just that one or two the big difference is like Alex is very 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 uber philosophically minded. Those dead eyes. Yeah, he definitely could handle that. He's a little bit like me. I love Alex, a little logic machine. Only I can I have homicidal ideation, so I basically have to like, realize that my desires are different than normal person's desires. I highly doubt he has homicidal ideation. He's probably just like a little greedy cappy who wants to do what he wants to do and uses philosophy to justify it. But when it comes down to it, yeah, I mean, I love Alex. I love Alex. He can handle David Benatar. He can handle Gary. I just don't think he wants to get yelled at by the Gary. And I don't think when it comes down to it, Alex is really big into emotivism. I'm really not a big fan of emotism. It's basically the idea that all we're doing is just like expressing what we feel personally into the world. There is no real bad or good. It's just like expressions, man. And so, like, Gary would just have a fucking field day with that, and just be like going off on him, like, "Oh, you think it's just feelings? You think me having a nail in my eye versus me breaking a rock with a hammer? You think that all of this different? I think that all that matters is there is just like nothing. Nothing matters there. It's just an expression of my feelings, which mean nothing." So yeah, it's gonna be basically just like two people disagreeing about the value of experience, and that's pretty much what they would have to hash out. Um, that's pretty much what I think would be the main debate of Gary versus Alex is Alex would be like, I'm an emotist. I think you're just expressing your feelings. And then Gary would be like, yeah, no shit, you're just expressing your feelings, but that's where value comes from is feelings. And Alex would be like, yeah, man, but like, where's the objective value in that, man? And then it's kind of it would be very weird because Alex is like almost objective. He's like, I get most of my ethics from Alex right here. Okay, most of my systems of ethics come from Alex O'Connor. I'm not even lying. Watching his videos basically transformed me. I need my crossover episode. Basically, I'm like Alex O'Connor if he was an ethicist. Basically, I'm like if you took Alex O'Connor, Mainlander, and combined them together. If you just like fused Mainlander's consciousness with Alex O'Connor, that's me. So yeah, there we go. And then add like a little Marquise de Sade in there as well, just like Alex O'Connor, Philippe Mainlander, and then you some Marquise de Sade just like snuck into the background with a knife and just like stabbed them in the back, and we're just like, get fucked. And that's basically who I am. Alex O'Connor, Philippe Mainlander, and fucking Marquise de Sade combined.
Or is it sort of like, well, they have moral worth, they just have significantly less? Or in your view, is it just like these are sort of
Yeah, they're basically philosophical
You
dummies
love
to me, I
Marquise
guess. Yeah.
de
is that true of
Some
every
Saran
animal that isn't a
in
human
there. Oh yeah, I love
being?
Saran.
Is
Saran's definitely in there. But I like when I got into Alex's channel, I was big into atheism, and not just love him because of like ethics and philosophy, but religion's still cool. If he makes a religion video, I'll watch it for the most part. Sometimes his debates are a little cringe, just because the people he debates with, he's like really open to like Alex is really open to experience, which I commend, but at the same time, it's just like I really wish someone would just pop off on these religious people and just go full Gary mode on them, just like start cussing them out. Because some of these people that he's argues against just give him the most like glib responses ever, and Alex just like deals with it like such a professional manner, which is respectable. Again, I recommend it, but at the same time, it's just like fuck them, fuck them. They're just a bunch of religious draconian assholes. Just go at them. So yeah, I love Alex, and Alex's religious energy got me into a bunch of religious writers. So I love Saran, I love Augustine, I love all the really dramatic theologianist writing, like very poetic writings that are like very dramatic and have like a lot of appeal to despair. So anything like Saran, Saint Augustine of Hippo, shit like that, they're bops.
Imagine there might be some animal of different sophistication somewhere in the universe or an undiscovered one on the planet Earth. But insofar as animals on the planet go, yeah.
So wait, so it's about sophistication.
Sophistication.
Or something like there could be like other types of animals in the universe that have like a conscious experience, I guess, that is similar enough to like a human being or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reason why I see it as problematic to have it as sort of a binary on and off rather than something like a scale of gradation is because all life on Earth exists on a scale of gradation. That is, like, no species has ever given birth to a new species. So, of course, like many animals have died in the history of planet Earth, but they all lived at some point. So, you know, your parents were humans, their parents were humans, their parents were humans, their parents were pre-human. But, you know, there'll be different species of humans at first, and then you go back far enough, a couple of 100,000 years, and you're looking at sort of apish creatures that are more resemble something like a chimpanzee than do a modern Homo sapiens.
I can go to my room. Or maybe my father's outside or something. Here, let's see. Maybe it's better in the kitchen. Sometimes that 10 feet helps quite a bit.
And you go further back and you get to a fish, right? But there's no sort of like distinct boundary here. Every single animal gave birth to you. So just sort of such billions of years of evolution, we get human beings. The problem is that in principle, if you're just going to say, yeah, human sentience, human experience, human beings, they matter, and any other animal does not, then if I was to sort of resurrect the evolutionary chain of human beings back to our sort of common ancestor, there has to be a point at which you just sort of arbitrarily say, the sort of apish hominid on this side of the line, I do not care, inanimate object, do whatever you want with them. And the sort of identical creature on the other side of the line, human being, sentience, care about, want to sort of hold people at gunpoint to make sure that they don't get cold at night. That to me seems like an entirely untenable position.
Why is that untenable?
It's untenable in the sense that, I mean, would you accept that, for a start, do you think that that's essentially what you would do or are doing? Or would
I'm sure there'd be some,
some
haziness in the middle, right? Much that like, I'm sure you believe you have a neck and you believe you have a head, but I don't know if you could tell me exactly where one ends and the other begins. Yeah, so I mean, there's going to be some sort of continuum upon which I'll say like, it's probably going to be kind of hazy in here. But I think roughly, yeah, that's essentially what's going on, yeah.
Because this is the weird thing, like as you say, almost sort of, I mean, you point out to me that, of course you're never going to be able to draw the line. But you can't draw the line easily with many things. But that's why I think that if your ethical views of sort of what counts is based upon essentially the qualities of the animal, you have this one animal that has this thing called sort of human sentience, and this other animal over here that in your view does not. we should be talking about a sliding scale here rather than an on-off switch, because of the fact that you could resurrect every evolutionary link between those two animals, and there's no point at which the switch just gets turned off. You know what I mean? And it seems
Well, I
very
mean-
strange to say that you've got sort of 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, and then somewhere in the middle, it just suddenly goes from like 100 down to 0, not instantly, but like over like maybe a few generations, and then you're just right at 0 again. It seems much more plausible that we should look at this as either going slowly from 100 all the way down to 0 at some point over here, pretty much equally, maybe with a slight curve or something.
I mean,
or to say that actually it shouldn't go down to 0 altogether.
Sure. I mean, I could fight with you. There's a big problem, I think, in physics right now, is that people feel like there needs to be some grand order or some grand unifying thing to unite everything in the universe. And it might be that there's just no clean way to do it. I don't know if it's a reasonable argument to say, like, well, it's unsatisfying, therefore it's impossible that our moral consideration would drop off so suddenly. But like our capacity for breeding does, right? Like we have like human, and we can't breed with the next closest thing to us at all. Like that goes from 100 to absolute 0 instantaneously. So I mean, yeah, I guess it's unsatisfying,
It
but
doesn't though.
Of course, we're in that. It's easy to do now. We're in that situation now
It's
because of the fact that
actually wrong.
the evolutionary links
You
are dead. They don't
actually
exist.
just
And
breed with
so we
them,
quite
and they would
easily
have
isolate-
maladaptive features, and you'd still be able to breed. It would just be a lot of deformities. You would have maladaptive genes, but they would still be able to potentially breed. It would just not be the greatest. It's not like it goes you can't, and then it's like, no, it's like you're breeding fine, and then it has genetic errors, and then eventually it's just incompatible. The body rejects it essentially. It would miscarry the fetus. Like, and that eventually gets to the point where it won't even process at all. There's the DNA is too separate. So it's not like that. Anyway, it's destiny. I mean, I'm not even fully aware of Darwinism, and like fucking Richard Dawkins is like, you know, I own the book, but I lent my copy of The Selfish Gene to someone. I don't know where it is. I haven't gotten it back in like 5 years. I should put on my Facebook like, yo, whoever has my copy of The Selfish Gene, I want it back. But when it comes down to it, like, yeah, I mean, like, it's not like a cutoff right away. It's like, I mean, why would it be a cutoff? There's all these deformations in genes. Like, it's quite obvious that like the closer you get to your own genetic makeup, the more deformed things get, and the farther away from your own genetic makeup, the more deformed things get. Like, it's kind of just like, yeah.
you know, human beings and chimpanzees and dolphins. But I mean, there were a time when there were different human beings simultaneously, different species of human beings simultaneously walking around planet Earth. And I believe at least some of them could, you know, breed with each other. It's not entirely clear. Like for example, you know, let's go back to when you have
Yeah, exactly.
Neanderthals, you
Alex
have
gets-
Homo erectus,
Mhm.
you have a bunch of different human species all walking around on the planet. Like, are you okay with factory farming those human beings? Is it specifically Homo sapiens that you care about? Is it human beings broadly? Is it like, I mean, what is it that you're sort of basing this distinctive on switch for morality upon?
Yeah, I don't know, somewhere around human conscious experience. It's not gonna be very satisfying. I don't know exactly.
Human
There are other types of
conscious
humans who walk the earth. I think
experience,
it'd be pretty
man.
difficult to
What the
do
fuck
it.
does that even
But
mean? This man does realize that, like, God, okay. After we watched this video, and before we watched Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris and Dave Benatar video, we have to watch some internal monologues, because 50 to 70% of the planet does not have internal monologues, and a lot of them have aphantasia. I mean, they can't like picture images. So quite a lot of people on this planet don't have any sort of consciousness. They're just kind of like automatically doing things like robots, basically. Like how AI just like take in like images from the outside world, or like boop 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 boop, and then respond to their environment and do things. There are people quite literally doing that. They're not thinking thoughts in their head like, oh, I should do this. Maybe I shouldn't though. Actually, you know, I could get in trouble for doing that. Or they're not thinking like, you know, maybe I should go and get Taco Bell later today. No, actually, you know, when it comes down to it, the animals matter more than my taste preference for Taco Bell. You know, something like that. And they don't think that. They're just like, Taco Bell. So, you know. So when it comes down to it,
I don't think that a vegan justification of saying like, well, we ought to value all sentience. I feel like that's about as
50% of the
arbitrary.
planet, the 70%
Like,
of
why
the
value the
planet.
sentience of animals over like the existence of
know,
nature? Like why not the grand, beautiful structure of a tree versus like the sentient mind of like an animal? Why ought one be valued over another? I feel like fundamentally it's all kind of a bit arbitrary. So
Potentially.
Yo, you met someone for an internal monologue, bro? Okay, so interesting. You have to tell me about them. What is it like? How do they change their mind on topics? I need you to tell me this. My biggest question about people with no internal monologue is how do they change their mind? Like on important political issues, things like antinatalism, ephilism. I've asked them. Because it's just like, if you can't debate within your own head, like how do you do that? Does someone literally have to like a 5-year-old, like a 5-year-old who like hasn't actually developed like a sense of self yet? do they have to like explain to like someone without an internal monologue, like a 5-year-old, like like Socratic method them into like believing something? Is that what you have to do for someone without an internal monologue? Just be like, step A, step B, step C, step D, and then they just like go all the way through like everything and just till they get it. Is that what you have to do? Because they can't talk it out in their own head. They can't figure it out for themselves. How do they do that? How do they change their mind? And like if you're like born Republican and your whole family is like, them blacks and Mexicans are stealing our jobs. How do you convince someone who doesn't have an internal monologue that that's not the case without like step by step going and like, well, here's the thing. You see, they're actually really just taking jobs that are, undemandable labor. Do you understand what that means? No? Okay. Farm labor. Do you want to work on a farm? No. Do you want to work in the sewers? No. Okay. They're taking those type of jobs. Okay. Do you think those jobs are required for society to function? Yes. Okay. Do you think anybody else like you who doesn't have, it's like, oh, this particular person is narcissistic and doesn't really care about others. He doesn't think about rights or wrongs, but I've talked to them about antinatalism, and he agrees it's selfish but doesn't care. Oh, well, yeah, but most psychopaths and narcissists think all things are selfish. Like I do that. I mean, most people who are psychopaths acknowledge psychological hedonism because they themselves are pure psychological hedonists. And so they just assume that everything is like that way. Same with myself. I mean, I'm a psychological hedonist, have always been a psychological hedonist, and I've realized other people operate on psychological hedonism. They just don't realize it. So everything is selfish. Alex's video, The Good Delusion, is really good on that. Ha ha ha. Alex's video, The Good Delusion, is a really decent video on the subject of why we don't have psychological free will and everything is completely selfish. But when it comes down to it, I mean, I don't think that means that he really acknowledges like antinatalism as something like we ought to do. But he doesn't think about things in a bigger picture. He says he thinks in images. Okay, fair enough. But I mean, you need to talk to your friend, find out what his like political views are, okay? And then try to, even if you have to play devil's advocate, ask him why he doesn't believe the other side, and like why he, and like try to convince him like the other side has a little more like oomph to it potentially than he's giving it credit for or something. Because I'm curious how he changes his mind. Like if he all he does is think in images, like how do you change your mind? Like, oh, I looked at a big titty GF goth girlfriend, and then I was just like, dick hard. Guess big titty GF makes sense. That connects to my brain. Okay, big titty GF, dick hard. I'm attracted to big titty GF because brain images makes sense. Cool. Someone going up to me and being like, "Slavery's bad because it causes pain." Like, what is that supposed to? How am I supposed to process that from images? He's in the process of moving out, but I'll ask him. I'll tell him you asked. He'll want to answer if he thinks someone cares about what he thinks. Fair enough. Um, but yeah, that's yeah. Do that then. Because I'm curious what this man thinks, like how he processes the world. I've never met someone who actively acknowledges that they don't have an internal monologue and think in images. Because it's 50 to 70% of the world, and I know so many people that act like fucking NPCs that don't act like they can process anything in their goddamn head. Like the words go in, and just nothing comes out and of value. And so it's just like there's plenty of people that I'm just like, you're fucking not doing shit for chat up in that head, aren't you? And they're just like, no, man, I like think just like you, man. I like think words sometimes. I'm like, what do you mean by sometimes? Like once in a fucking blue moon, or like you constantly like how I'm narrating out loud right now? Are you doing that in your head, like 24/7 whenever you're awake? Not 24/7, but like like consistently. Like sometimes there's lulls and gaps of like when you're just kind of blanking, and you're like actually having like visual images in your mind. But for the most part, when you're not having visual images, it's just pure just word babble. Anyways, back to Destiny being an idiot.
But surely sort of valuing the sentience of a non-human is much closer to valuing the sentience of a human than it is to valuing something like the existence of nature. They're much closer to each other.
I
And so
mean,
if I speak to someone like
yeah.
you who says, well, I actually do have this intuition that human beings matter, and I say, why is that? And you say, because they have the single human sentience. And I say, well, there's this thing that other animals have
Same,
that's a bit
dude.
like that, which would be like animal
Same.
sentience, which I think maybe should count too. And you say, well, that's arbitrary, because why don't I care about, you know, nature and the trees? I'm like, well, that's wildly different to the thing that we're talking about. I'm saying that there's something that seems very similar to what's going on in the human brain, in other human brains. And in fact, again, on an evolutionary trajectory, it wouldn't really make sense to say that the consciousness that evolved in human beings is just of a completely different kind and quality to the consciousness that evolved in other animals. Like, that just sort of doesn't make evolutionary sense.
I mean, we say it doesn't make evolutionary sense, but I mean,
occur.
like, if you look at the progress of humans on the planet, it was distinctly unique compared to every other species on Earth. Like,
Like,
nobody's even close
Jesus,
to
man.
anything. I don't think any other creatures even really have developed language or the capacity for language like humans have. Some things can use
Sure.
crude words to describe things, but in terms of like being able to imagine things that are not, being able to express a negative, yeah, like these are
The ability to
whole-
abstract is often pointed as one of the distinctly human.
and it's not
human
even
features.
things that like exist in a gradient. It's like this is, I don't know what it was or how. Maybe it's the Prometheus alien guys came down or whatever. But like
or
this is like a
developed
switch for
frontal
flip for
lobes
human
in
minds. It
humans
just doesn't
can
exist at all in any other creature
do,
on the
but
planet.
sorry, whatever.
Again, I guess like I can understand it being unsatisfying, and we can even appeal to intuition to some extent. But then I can also appeal to intuitions like, well, every single animal on the planet like tortures and eats other animals, and intuitively, I guess like we also kind of torture, maybe not torture, or I guess we could argue factor farming, like eating other animals as well. So I guess it's hard. I feel like you can argue the intuition on both ends there. That intuitively humans might feel a certain way seeing an animal die, where it makes you feel sad, but then intuitively we also, you know, have all the benefits of eating food, and meat especially, that makes us feel good and helps us in a number of health ways. So I feel like appealing to intuitions there is very difficult as well.
I mean, if I were to grant you that, it certainly wouldn't justify sort of any treatment of other animals. I mean, you could say, yeah, well, animals sort of predate on each other fine, but they don't sort of lock each other into cages and put them in gas chambers. That would be a very weird and inhuman thing to do. And I don't mean in the moral sense. I mean inhuman in the sense of what human beings naturally do. Did you enjoy that clip? You must have done at least a little bit because you made it to the end. Well, guess what? There's more. You can watch the full video that clip was taken from by clicking the link that just appeared on your screen. Or click just below it for some assorted within reason podcast content. Don't forget to subscribe. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Actually, I think about it, I can just go to here. Hey, look at this fucker. This freak of nature. Just kidding. I'm just joking.
Going around the internet, I actually found out that my husband doesn't have an inner monologue. So I went to Facebook, and some of my friends had the questions, so we decided to do a Q&A video. So the first question is, how do you think?
How do
Once
you
information
think?
just pops up right before I start speaking.
So it's just kind of there,
Yep.
or like when you're doing
Yep.
something, it just pops up.
I just do
Okay.
things.
Do you plan ahead of time, or do you just go with the flow?
You just go with the flow, you make plans.
I just
Good
everything
job.
just happens, bro. I just do
Okay,
things like an animal.
Another one was, how do you read, since you can't visualize things? Because he also has aphantasia, where he can't visualize anything in his head.
I just scan things like
So
a
how do you
fucking
read?
robot.
I just look at the words, read them. I mean,
Yeah, just
I
read them,
know
bro.
I can tell you what each word says. I mean, I can't imagine what they're talking about or what their point of view is, for the most part.
I can't even
Unless it's
empathize,
drawn
bro.
out
I
right
just
there in the
scan
sentence,
things
I
like a
can tell you
fucking
what they're thinking or what
photocopier.
they're meaning by it.
Okay, so you can't like picture yourself in a
Words.
story.
No,
I'm literally just
So
Google
does that make
Snapchat.
it difficult for you to read stories?
it makes it really boring.
Okay, so how do you write papers and stories?
I'll go on the internet and I'll look up something, a similar topic, and then I will figure out about how they laid theirs out, and I'll create a different story in my own words.
So you have to kind of have an outline to be able to write a story.
Yes.
Okay.
Leave them alone, damn.
Do you have a voice in your mind that you can bring forward when you try, or does everything just come out verbally?
Everything comes out verbally for the most part. I have figured out how to talk quite enough where nobody else can hear it but me. But I literally
Man
have
needs to
talk
fucking
like that.
whisper
I
into
don't have anything in my
himself.
mind that tells me what to say or what not to say.
So you have no filter.
Nope.
Do you feel bad when you like say things that you probably shouldn't have?
Not at first. Not until whoever I've said whatever to has a reaction. And then sometimes that'll make me feel bad. Sometimes it won't.
Then you're just like, oh, I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, sort of.
Okay. So do you think? Sorry, our kids playing with boxes. Do you think
And
that
they
not
fucking
having an inner
reproduce.
monologue makes working difficult?
No. I mean, my job's pretty straightforward. I mean, it
Reminds me of my whole roommate.
doesn't really require a whole lot of thought process, just paying attention to everything that's going on around you.
Okay. Does it make it hard for you to learn something that you've never done before?
No, actually, I think it makes it a lot easier because I don't have something inside my head second guessing myself.
Oh, really?
It doesn't. Yeah, it literally photocopier.
Pick up
Just scan everything,
15 minutes.
program. Boop, boop, boop,
Oh,
boop.
and sorry, guys, I'm like sniffling. I've got a little bit of a cold.
They're basically pre-evolution
Um,
before empathy started to develop, and we got really inner monologue-y, very introspective. They're like the pre-evolution of humanity, where it's just like monkey mode still. Like, no offense. Hey, they still have feelings, okay, guys? They're just not moral agents, and I have problems with the fact that they're not moral agents in my mind. They can't fucking think, as far as I'm aware.
How do you process your emotions? She says, I need to explain all the possible causes to myself, how I would put it into words, etc., how I feel in her mind. How do you process emotions?
I mean, they kind of just pop up. I don't really have to process all that much. I mean, happy, mad, or upset. I mean, there's no in between. There's no real complex emotion involved with me.
He's pretty monotone, if you haven't noticed.
Nice.
Do you have dreams? If so, what are they like?
About 99% of dreams, I don't remember, even if I have them. I
Yep,
don't mean
me neither,
everybody
bro.
has to have dreams. It's literally somebody that have dreams that literally drive you insane. But
Congratulations.
if I do remember whatever dreams I do have, it's kind of like looking through your peripheral vision at a very blurred, stretched image. So it's more so just blurred color than it is anything.
Is that how people look to you?
Yes, people.
So they look like Slender Man.
Yes, for the most part.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. Okay. Is not having an inner monologue peaceful?
It can be, but for the most part, it's just really boring. Sense of time is way drawn out.
Are you able to relax easier? Our kid's behind us. She's getting water.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I just can't. It just depends. I mean, it's not like I don't think or have thoughts. It's just I don't have a voice that tells me my thought or how I should feel about my thoughts, or I mean, even really right from wrong.
Okay. Do you have a lot of headaches?
Nope.
Do you think that's because you don't have an inner monologue?
I don't. I just think it's because I'm lucky like that.
Okay. So back to reading. Do you hear words in your head?
No,
Do you like see them or?
I just see the words on the page or the screen or whatever I'm reading off of.
Okay. What is it like when a song gets stuck in your head?
The girl needs to run. I know,
Is
right?
it like an
It's like
actual
some
song,
American
or-
Psycho
No, it's
horror
more
shit,
like
but
the
like,
instrumental
you know, they're not
of the
homicidal.
song.
It's just like
So you-
And then the words just come.
creepy as shit.
So you can hear a song stuck in your head,
I can hear instrumental. I just can't hear words.
and then when you're hearing the instrumental, you think about the words.
I mean, the words can come to me. Yes, I mean, I can know what they say, but I don't.
Yeah, it's like
know
a philosophical
like,
zombie,
visualize what
basically.
the words are going to be.
Like that's whenever I talk about like
So you can't can you
like
hear
our
the
class
actual
starts talking
song?
about
I can
philosophical
hear the
zombies.
music, I
Like,
can hear the
how do you
instrumental, I
know
cannot
that
hear the
like
words.
everybody else
Okay.
around you is like
Do you think
feeling
of
and like
anyone? Like I was thinking
conscious
of you
and like
today. When I
aware?
think
I'm
of
like,
someone, I might
yo,
picture
man,
them in
I'm
my mind or
not. And
something
like
like that.
honestly, I'm fucking not. Like I think most
I
you
can
are,
think
but like
of-
50 to 70% of people, I'm like, I'm not convinced.
I can think of people, but I can't imagine.
This man
or
right here makes
picture
me convinced that like
any
like,
physical features.
he's basically just like an animal. Like there's no like they feel
So,
they're sentient,
like,
they feel
if you
pain
weren't
and
looking at
pleasure and
me,
stuff. But I don't
would you
fucking
know
think
what I
he's
look like?
conscious.
I would
Like he's
know, but I wouldn't be able to see in my mind's eye, I guess. I mean,
I
I
would
can tell
know,
you
but I
physical.
can't
I can tell you what I know about your physical features, but I can't see them in my mind.
So if you're not looking at me, you don't know what I look like exactly.
Yes.
That's interesting. Okay, so is it easy for you to fall asleep? Do you have problems turning off your brain at bedtime?
No, I can. Most of the day, I literally don't think of anything,
I don't think anything.
and pretty much when
That's
my head
fucking
hits the floor, I'm out.
creepy as shit.
And when you do have thoughts in your head, what do you do?
It's like a giant filing cabinet. It's more so I shut the door and lock it and just forget about it.
And you just put the things in the box. And
Mhm.
That's it. Okay. All right. That is all the questions from Facebook. So if anybody else has any questions they would like to ask, go ahead and drop a comment and he will answer. So I hope that helps you guys understand a little bit more.
So that was a man. Oh, it's a woman.
Happy day, friends! Mike is learning all about bubbles today.
Like goddamn
Wow, Mike, you're making bubbles.
enough
Changing your mind. Bubbles.
right thing.
Your turn. Yeah, but where are the bubbles?
And again,
Come
guys,
on there,
there's
Dad.
a
Maybe
lot of
I'll get
guys
great
with this
Valentine's
whole
Day gift.
eugenics
Come
thing
here,
going
runny
on
nose.
in
Way to go,
their
Dad.
minds. So the woman not
Good
having
job,
internal
Mike.
monologue
Okay,
probably
you ready?
doesn't
And wait, show them what you got for Valentine's Day.
help. Guys,
Oh.
they have this
A new,
eugenics thing
same
going
as his
on.
other one, but different colored jacket.
Plus,
No, I'm
guys,
just saying,
Because
how many of
probably
those jackets do you want? I
secretly
own
gay.
You want two now. He loves these jackets, so I got him another one, different color for Valentine's Day. This in this vlog because we just kind of shot a one take of it the other day, but I think it's a really good
Notice how
point of
both have
conversation for
kids.
you guys
Yeah,
to have with
basically.
a friend, family member, significant other, like whoever. We talked about it the other day. It was just a
They
one
both
take,
have
but I didn't
kids,
want it to
they
go to
both
waste.
don't
So
control
here's a
them.
little conversation that Austin and I
Don't
had
waste
about two different types of thinking that people apparently have. There's two types of people. One type of person like has a narrative, like a talking narrative in their head when they think, and the other type of person just like thinks about ideas and just kind of knows.
kinds of
There
people
is
in
no
the
narrative
world.
in their head. I'm that
normal
type of
people
person.
that
And I
do
asked Austin, he
properly,
said, yeah, I have
schizos, and then
a
these
voice in my head that like,
motherfuckers.
I don't understand it. I don't get it.
When Jess first brought this up and
Because
she
I'm
asked if I
joking.
had a narrative, like a
Oh,
narrator in
sorry.
my head that I like talked to or heard the voice of, and I was like, yeah. And then she was saying, what's that like? And I was like, you're toying with me right now. Like everyone has an internal voice in their head.
No.
And that's kind of what this article is bringing to light, is that there are people who do not. And Jess is one
I'm
of
one of
those.
those people that does not. I just think things and I have my thoughts and there's no voice. That's like, I'm not talking myself through things. I just think things and I know what I'm thinking.
There's so many questions.
It's so foreign to me.
It
to
is.
Think about a voice.
So
narrating.
here's a question to you. When you and I are arguing, I'm having conversations with myself in my head.
If I really want to make sure that it's coming out the way that I intend, I do have to think it through, but I'm not necessarily like hearing myself say it.
What the fuck does that
What?
mean?
And maybe that's why sometimes it's easy. Like our daughter is making a racket right now. Maybe that's why like sometimes when I'm trying to have a discussion or an argument with Austin, if it gets to that point, sometimes it's easier for me to get my thoughts out through text or through like writing a letter because I can put it out there. It's not like all jumbled in my mind. Otherwise, I
Oh
don't
yeah,
feel
it's
like
just because
sometimes
it
I
takes
can
longer to
communicate the way
do
that I want
that.
to. We were talking about
Putting
this
it
and
out
asking each
loud.
other questions
It's
and
like
just trying to
talking
figure
out
out
loud.
what each other
It's
thinks.
she
And
being
the way
like,
that we read it differently.
oh
He
yeah,
actually
I
hears
don't,
the narration when he
I
reads
can
things. He
think
hears the
inside
different
my
voices.
head, therefore I'm texting. No, that's the same as talking out loud, bitch. You're just composing words together like in a formulaic pattern, just like AIs do. Pattern recognition, just like word, 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 word. You know, like context, context, word, context, word, context, word. You know, that's what you're doing. You're not just like stringing a bunch of things together in your mind, like piece by piece, just blagging them out because it's like how your brain's just constantly just on the roll doing. No, you talk. See how slow you talk in comparison to me.
Is I just read and I understand what's being said.
You are
Like, I
on
don't
Yeah, and so
narrate it in my head. It's so foreign to me.
1.5
So it
times
really
speed.
kind
I'm
of
talking
brought
faster
up
than you right now.
some of the problems that we have with each other or disagreements or arguments
I'm
that constantly
faster
come
than
up.
this hoe,
And
and
it really
she's at
revolves around
1.5
our different ways of
speed, bro.
thinking.
1.5
Yeah.
speed.
So
and I'm
when
talking
Austin,
faster
like
than her by,
work-wise, when
like,
Austin's
no
trying
more
to
how.
think about something that he needs to
That's
say
what
for
it's
a
like
video,
with these
I'll just tell him, oh, just say this.
zombies.
But he
Just
literally
kidding.
needs to process
just
it
being an
and
asshole.
talk it in his head or whatever he does. And I'm totally not like that. So
yeah, it's almost like I need to have a conversation with myself. I don't even know how you think about what
I
you're
just
going to
have
say.
thoughts. I don't have a voice. I don't have somebody talking in my head. I just have thoughts and I know them and they're just there.
So say you're going through heartbreak or like a very emotional thing, right? Like you just broke up with an ex-boyfriend or something. You have that heartbreak. How do you internalize it? How do you like work through it?
Yeah, how do you do that
In
shit,
my head,
bitch?
I
I just do
I
it,
think-
man.
I just think.
have like a
That doesn't make
feeling,
any sense
and
to
then
me.
it
Like,
just
you
like
don't,
boom.
I don't know, guys. If I go through a hard time,
Just
good time,
don't-
whatever, I'm always
She
just
doesn't
internally
fucking
thinking.
get it.
Yeah, but when you
doesn't
think
get
with
it.
our voices
Just-
or
I
a
know.
voice, your voice,
I know.
that's not how thoughts are supposed to be.
No,
just
that
don't
is how
know.
That's not
thoughts
how
are
it's
put.
supposed to be.
That's
It's
what a
just
thought is. A thought is quite literally a voice in your head, which is your own, like a manifestation of your how you view your internal voice, which is pretty much your own voice. Just like mine's just a little bit more calm, I guess. It kind of just is more like this. It's like a little more softer though. Like my internal voice is like slightly more high pitched than my actual voice. It's like a more soft, feminine, caring to a voice, I guess, when it's my normal voice. And when it comes to like my angry voice, it's like gruff. My what I call Brant normal voice, Brant 2.0. And I call angry Brant 1.0. And they're the same voice. They just angry Brant has like more gruff tone to it and like more deadpan energy. But when it comes down to it, it's just like my inner debate voices, basically. That are the same exact voice, but they're just different manifestations of the same like person, which is me. But you notice the differences in your voice, huh? Yeah, I mean, basically, I can notice the difference in my internal monologues if I want to. But I can you scream in your head? Yeah, I can, but it's not loud or anything. It's just like ah. It's like me going like
goes them tough.
it's like it's not like ah like really loud. Sorry for the ear rape. It's more like ah like it's just like a loud type of feel to it, but it's like not loud. You know what I mean? It's not actually loud. It just feels loud. So I can scream, but it feels loud.
Oh my God, you guys have this conversation with your spouse, significant other, like whoever, have this conversation, figure out what type of person, and if you are different type of people like Austin and I, you will have a good conversation and figure out a lot about the other person.
We found from this difference in each other that she prefers quiet for the same reason why I like music. Because music turns my thought off. Like that little voice in my head becomes quiet the minute I turn on music. And for the same reason why you like quiet. I just like quiet.
You just converge the inner monologue with the outer monologue.
Like when you say your mind runs, what is it?
It just thinks about things. It thinks. It does what it's supposed to do. It thinks. I'm thinking about things like
what are you thinking about?
There's just no voice in my head. There's no narration. I'm just having thoughts and I understand what they are.
I don't know. This is just wild to me. I can't like in a way I can kind of see how your brain works because like I said, when I listen to music without lyrics, it shuts my voice up and then I can think. I don't know. I don't know.
You guys find somebody that's the opposite of you and have this conversation with
them.
It
is weird.
It's a trip. A breakthrough. We had a breakthrough with arguments and certain things.
So there will be times when it comes to problems.
Colin, I don't. Colin, I could get shot in Chicago for just looking like a cute little sexy man that I am. I look like a white boy. Not at all, because I don't think most people are aware that those shoes exist, Colin. Yeah. What? Colin. Frankly, Colin. Colin, it's not. You're saying that those ones are fake and these ones are real. My mind, all the value that you're putting on these shoes is artificially generated, and it's just as fake as anything else. So, Colin claimed. I don't know if Colin has an inner monologue. He doesn't talk about that or stuff, but he claims that he does have an inner monologue. But it sounds like he doesn't whenever I talk to him, and I like pressure him. Yeah, an inner monologue. Do you talk like how I'm talking right now in your head, like whenever you're not doing things? Whenever you're about to do something different, you're like, like if you're like walking into another room, you're like, should I do this? Should I do that? Should I make some tacos right now? I don't know if I want to talk. Do you think like that inside your own head? Do you like walk into a room and go, like, I'm kind of hungry right now. Should I make some taco sauce shit? Should I just like grind up some beans? The bean time, man, it's bean hour. And then you're just like, nah, man, it ain't bean hour. I ain't too hungry right now. I'm just gonna big chill for a bit. And all of that is going on inside of your head, like how you're talking. How I'm talking right now, you're talking inside your head. Are you even still listening to me? Fuck you. He just walked off. He's a little cunt. Anyways. See, this what...
I'll have that conversation in my head. And Jess doesn't. And so we'll be like talking through things. And I've told her time and time again,
at least we know he's not a
She'll be telling
vampire.
me something,
he's in the mirror.
And in my head, I've already had the conversation. I've already solved the problem or whatever we're doing. And I'm already ahead of the conversation. But we just figured this out, hasn't had that conversation.
I still don't understand how you can have a conversation in your head and know what I'm thinking. Like that's
no, it's not that. It's like when we're on the same page, working through something together, and we're going in the same direction. I've already had that conversation. And so when you're telling me
the thoughts
that are inside your head, see, I get annoyed because I'm like, I'm already there. Like, yeah, obviously, like we're going
about it. So how can you be there? So for me, I have thoughts and ideas in my head, but they're not words, they're not sentences, they're not communicated until I either write them or say them. And Austin, the way that he thinks, he's already like writing it in your head or saying it in your head. So it feels like it's been communicated to you.
Yeah.
But until I write it down or say it, it's just a thought in my head, and not like it doesn't exist out here.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. That's why it's just like
because
it's like
been written
social. This is like pre-social evolutionary stuff that has been passed down, like before the social gene really took off in the human species. Essentially, before we really like had like that click of just like empathy. Like, I'm not claiming that these people have less empathy than other people. Kind of am though, but because there has to be so much. There has to be a reason why this planet's so fucked, and 50 to 70% of people, no inner monologue. It's definitely that. It's definitely that. War upon the people without internet. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Ha, ha, ha. I would never do a call to violence. That would be bad. Um, they def have less empathy. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just like, how can you empathize with someone if you can't even process what they're saying? It just automatically comes out like, it's not like you're actually empathizing. You're just spewing. You're not actually processing what they're saying in a cognitive empathy way. You're only having these people can only have effective empathy. They cannot have cognitive empathy. It is impossible for them to have cognitive empathy because they don't have an inner monologue to do cognition with. They cannot do cognition. They literally just like they just spew out effective empathy. They don't have the ability to be like, huh, something that I do not naturally just instinctively feel. I wonder if I should have instinctive feelings about that. Maybe I should develop that in myself through habit forming. No, they don't have that ability. It's just effective empathy. Effective empathy. Purge, purge, purge. Just kidding. My roommate doesn't have either. He was diagnosed early in life with Asperger's, I think. Interesting. Purge, purge. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. But no, like it's fucking weird though. I don't get how anybody can just not have an inner monologue, and I don't get how you can truly empathize with other people without some type of ability to like process that in your head and be like, oh, your pain is like my pain. Your $5 is like my $5. I don't like nail in hand, even if I can't see nail in hand. Even if I was blind and I didn't have the instinctual images of like a nail being like, ugh, blood, gross, I would still feel the pain and be like, oh shit, this really sucks. And someone else has that same feeling of, oh shit, this really sucks. And so therefore I should care about them, even if I'm not looking at it and being like, ugh, gross. You know, like how do you get that the process in these people's minds? I don't fucking know how you do.
So,
said
so your
in your head
dad must be the same way.
as me.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Interesting, man. This is so
It's-
wild to me. And so I was asking her,
Psychology and it's such an interesting.
I just want to know how this wasn't known
prior
100
to
years ago.
the internet. social
Because
media blows things
So
up.
much of this is how I learn, and so much of this is how you learn, and what your strengths are, and what my
Well, I
strengths
feel
are.
like we're gonna be much better at having arguments from here on forward
Yeah,
because we understand each other much better now.
I mean,
At
I gotta
least I
get
hope.
patient.
Yeah,
I gotta get a lot more
You
patient.
have to be very.
Oh
What, you
no!
want another cracker?
But that also might help me in understanding my daughters better.
I
That's
feel like
so
Micah might
weird.
be more like you because she tends to like music a lot already.
Yeah. You like to shut up that little internal line?
And that might be why I talk slower than you. Like I'm thinking through it as I talk.
I
Does that
knew
make
it.
sense?
Yeah.
Like,
I
have
said it.
pauses And I
She talks slower.
think about like.
I
what needs
was
to-
not
you weren't-
wrong.
No, I did it. I understand it now.
She talks
And now you
slower.
understand why I need quiet
She is like,
Order to process.
when I'm thinking and processing. Like, and I'm just like, I just need a minute.
because
Like,
she
just
wasn't
give me a minute.
programmed for
But I think it,
communicative
like,
stuff. It's
The thought is there. The
great.
thought is there. Like it's there.
Yeah,
Why
like
do you
literally the other day we had
Weird.
an argument, and I was like, just give me a minute, please. And
Help me
Now
everybody
you understand.
understand
And now
more.
I
Fuck
understand.
with it. Nah,
and you
work out.
understand now. You
No,
don't
I
use it.
understand.
You want to shut us up and your own brain.
I don't know. What do you want to listen to? Post Malone.
You want to say Posty?
Play WoW by Post Malone.
A brief, cute intermission. All right, this is just wild. I need to like internalize this. This is just so weird.
And I really think it's going to majorly help us with future debates, arguments.
Yeah, sure. It's also gonna make him feel in the back of the mind that you're just a primitive monkey, because you are. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. But when it comes down to it, how the fuck do you actually process empathy? How do you process other people's stuff going on without just like being like, you can't just be like, yeah, man, it just occurs, bro. Because that's like, what, are you like God's chosen people or something, huh? You just like, that God speaks to you directly and is just like clicking it in your head. I bet these people are probably Christian, so they probably would say yes. But when it comes down to it, like fuck, like, I mean, there's actually a really interesting theory about this. See, I have a theory about this actually. It involves psychedelic map theory, okay? Here, I'm gonna bring up a psychedelic map theory video, and this is my theory about how internal monologues started to develop. Basically we started to no longer process DMT in the same way. Basically there's psychedelics within the food that we eat, and when it comes down to it, because of psychedelic map theory, I think that's kind of probably very likely the reason we don't have internal monologues, and some people do have internal monologues, and it's a evolutionary adaptation that has occurred, basically. This is just one of my theories that this lady kind of introduced me to, but she doesn't bring up internal monologues. I just kind of connected the dots. This is my theory, but when it comes down to it, this is just pontificating. I have no clue. Don't be like, don't just be like, we are the evolved ones who've surpassed the communications of nature. We are above nature. All these people are still stuck in the loop. Don't think anything weird and crazy like that. But at the same time, they're stuck in the loop. No, I'm just kidding. We definitely suffer more. Yeah, probably. Here,
default mode network activity,
here we're gonna.
assorted archetypes in these states. In other words, why there is in fact a biological explanation for what our ancestors referred to as a spiritual realm. That realm is a kind of sense perception about the environment around us. And of course, this is speculation. Psychedelic drugs, like other things which reduce activity in the default mode network of the brain, give us a glimpse into our old perception and what it would have been like when we lived in the rainforest and experienced the world much more through instinct and much less through the rational style of thinking that pertains to that default mode network activity.
I've been
And
on
back then,
psychedelics,
we
so
would
I can
see this
understand what
psychedelic
it's like
screen
to
all
just
the
like
time,
operate on
full
just
of
like full
geometric
retard mode,
patterns
just
and
not
Jungian
thinking,
archetypes
just
that would
walking
just be
through the
part of our
void of
normal
colors.
perception. And
So
what this
yeah,
layer
I
of
wouldn't be
perception
surprised
would
if
do
these
is very
motherfuckers
simple.
are
It
more
would make
close to that.
chemistry and sound that benefited us
I mean, they
somehow
literally see in internal
register as
images,
visually or
so it makes
emotionally
sense.
beautiful or appealing, and chemistry and sound which was neutral or bad for us register either as nothing or as something repellent to shoo us away. So, to give you a couple of very simple examples about how this would work, if humans were eating a fungus into extinction, it could survive as a
It probably
species
does.
if it evolved a chemical that caused humans to see a demon in their psychedelic screen. The humans would take this to be a physical entity, possibly the spirit of the fungus, and they'd run away accordingly. Conversely, if a plant or fungus wanted us around, if it wanted our manure or our ability to carry stuff, then the relational chemical specters, which would evolve in our consciousness when we ate its chemistry, would be lovely, benevolent hominid avatars. This is a way that the sovereignty and importance and role of each plant and fungus to the environment and to us could become legible. So, although talk of things like plant spirits in the modern world just sounds made up, what I'm suggesting is no, what we're seeing is a fragmented echo of this. This is an archaic sense perception, and it's really the same as our other five senses, which also make good environmental things register as pleasant and bad things register as unpleasant. But this screen would have been a sense perception that was really quite linguistic in that it would use symbolic visual imagery that had evolved over generations to help us annotate our environment in a very detailed way. So why would this linguistic, symbolic style of perception come about in the first place? Well, it's not just that plants and fungi speak a different language to animals. It's more that they operate in a domain where the context and meaning of each to each other is harder for us to instinctively recognize. We have a natural instinctive understanding of the meanings of animals around us. We're naturally afraid when we see 8 legs on a creature or sharp teeth, or when we hear a roar or a hiss. We find the sound of birdsong pleasant, however. We find we're moved to protect baby animals by finding them unbearably adorable. So here, we're not understanding the language of these animals when they're communicating with each other. We're understanding their meanings to us and how we need to relate to them. And our ability to do this is helped a lot by the fact the way they behave is very similar to how we do. So we've already got the apparatus in our brain to hear their calls to each other, to see their movements. And this kind of stuff helps us gauge their meaning to us. However, to instinctively understand the relationships that plants and fungi have to us in the way they understand their relationships to each other, we'd actually have to have dedicated pieces of brain that were plant-like or fungi-like themselves, so we could conceptualize them more on their own terms. And you know what? Why bother? It's a lot easier to just have their chemistry talk to our software or our visual cortex than it is to have dedicated hardware that we have to carry around. That way, our software can give us an animal translation of what fungal and plant chemistry have proven to mean to us over the time we've been interacting with them. And what the resulting phantasmograms in our awareness tell us is a lot more complicated than just the ambitions of that individual plant or that fungus. I don't believe this is the plant or fungus speaking to us. What's speaking is the voice of the environment, which is telling us how to relate to these organisms in a way which benefits it as a whole. So, to investigate this language of visuals even more, let's look at its analog in the physical world, because did you know there is a three-dimensional precedent for this kind of language? The eyes that appear on the wings of a butterfly are a spectre or a demon. They scare off potential predators by pretending to be a predator. The orchid that looks like a female bee, whose aim is to get the male bee to mate with it, that's a spectral lure, drawing the bee in so that it'll transport some of its pollen. The flowers, which are like the geometric portals we see in altered states, tell us to stay here or to come here. And fungi speak a different language
I just
to
explained it
animals.
to my
It's
brother.
more that
I will
they
explain it
operate
to
in a
you.
domain where the context and
So basically, I'll keep it there.
Burger King's chicken sandwiches suck ass.
Burger King's chicken sandwiches suck ass. Why?
I went there and I was like, I need the chicken, and they gave me one, and it was the size of a McDonald's McChicken, and it was like $5 or $6 for it.
Sounds like a waste of money, yeah.
Yeah, and it tasted worse than McChicken.
Oh well, should like too dry.
It was old and it was tasted bad and dry and had no like actual chicken.
Rip. Anyways, I'm gonna try to explain psychedelic map theory to this guy. Basically, the idea is, as I said to Colin, basically, we grew up like it's all random mutations and adaptation. How you survive is essentially random mutations that happen to coincide with your environment. So you're basically just adapting to your environment. It's basically like that. Only imagine all of the food that you've ever eaten in your life. All plants basically have psychedelics inside them. Like there are psychedelic things, and basically almost all like biological things to some extent. Like mice have DMT in the brains, humans have DMT in the brains, plants have different psychedelic substances within, but only certain ones are processed in our brains nowadays is psychedelic. But that's because our stomachs break down certain things and break down chemicals so that they're not psychedelic anymore. Now, the thing is, psychedelic map theory basically says all animals are tripping shit 24/7. Animals are just tripping balls, okay? Humans, on the other hand, we have basically began to break down those psychedelics so that we no longer trip shit. And what a really interesting thing that happened is essentially like this all coincides with the environment essentially. So like if you were to like drop like a leopard into like the Sahara Desert, it wouldn't be able to like have these psychedelic visuals that would like communicate properly with its environment. But for a jaguar in like a jungle or wherever it's supposed to be, it basically is communicating with plants, being like, come here, don't go here. And it's basically able to navigate the environment more naturally through visual images. And I think she kind of gets into that a little bit later. But when it comes down to it, humans, we've stepped out of that because our stomachs have evolved now to no longer break down DMT. And oh, apparently I was been deleted on Facebook. But yeah. When it comes down to this whole idea of like breaking down DMT, now basically we're detached from those visual images of all the worlds. So now we need to figure out how to interact with the world essentially without being able to communicate properly with these images because they've been slowly starting to disconnect. You know, we still have visual images, they're like a hallucination, just as we're hallucinating right now in our own way. But essentially, those hallucinations were deconnected from the natural order as we began to like migrate around and move around the earth and all that type of stuff and detached from our evolutionary intended environments. And when we did that, we were essentially forced to introspect, basically. We were basically forced to begin to try to communicate with ourselves to explain how to respond to things in our environment and naturally solve problems and have like a future plan for things. Because instead of just naturally going with the flow of like go here, go there, bright image there, go there, dark spooky image, go away. You know, instead of all of that stuff, it's just like you actually have to plan ahead and be like, oh, that thing is dangerous and that thing is worth pursuing and sticking around in this area for. And so basically all this introspection started to occur, and that evolutionary trait of introspection sort of gets selected for. And basically that's my theory of how internal monologues started to form. I wish there was a way to see other conscious perspectives. Yeah, like some shit from aliens where you can like view the dreams of people and stuff like that, you know? Yeah, that'd be kind of dope as fuck. Unfortunately, we can't.
Male bee to mate with it. That's a spectral lure, drawing the bee in so that it'll transport some of its pollen. The flowers, which are like the geometric portals we see in altered states, tell us to stay here or to come here, and that's something I'll talk about more later on. So this language of visuals is something that appears in the physical world too. And some people would say it's a language of manipulation because the bee is being conned. It doesn't get to mate with the flower it thinks is a bee. But in fact, the bee's being told what the environment needs. When it tries to mate, its pollination of that plant is maintaining the balance of the ecosystem upon which it relies in turn. So at a species level, the bee is playing a useful role and being correctly guided by visual language to protect the endurance of its own species. And there are some instances, as I was talking about in episode 1, where individual insects die in service to their species through the guidance of this visual or chemical language. So those individuals might feel a bit shortchanged, but those insects are Christ-like. They are dying for the good of their species in those examples. These symbols and chemicals always speak in service to the balance of the ecosystem. Otherwise, they simply wouldn't have been selected for. However, here's the thing. If I was to say to someone who's taken dimethyltryptamine, a substance that used to appear in our old staple diet of fruit and green leaves, that the specters they saw were just lures and just scarecrows. They weren't part of a physical reality. They were just telling us what to do to make the environment work. These people, I think, would tell me I was wrong, because that realm that they go to with DMT, along with the entities that inhabit it, seems more real than reality itself. But there are a few explanations for this. One that's to do with brain wiring, which we'll come to towards the end of this video. But firstly, let's consider why the psychedelic realm is so full of such realistic imagery, where this language, when it appears in the physical world, almost looks poorly realized by comparison. You know, the eyes of a predator that appear on the wings of a butterfly are not that realistic, to us anyway. I mean, they must be realistic enough if they work, but they don't look quite right, because when these eyes appear like this, they have the same problem as billboard advertisers have. They are appearing to everything within the vicinity. So they have to cause the right reactions from all organisms they encounter in the round. They can't act as a scarecrow for one predator, but an accidental lure for another. And so these things don't seem as well rendered as they do in the psychedelic realm, because they have this very tight niche in which to emerge to absolutely
Yeah,
everything.
your shoes are
A
cool,
plant
Colin.
that wants to scare off humans might start evolving a demonic face within its foliage to make us think twice about eating it. But then that face could start scaring off the birds upon whose service it also relies. So that tactic wouldn't be selected for. The same goes for chemical repellents. It's not always possible to poison just one species
Against
without
flowers,
affecting
Colin.
your actual partners who you like if they have similar biology to what you're trying to kill off. So of course, a lot of this stuff does manage to emerge, but it does look fragmented to the human eye because it's strewn across the landscape in the different visual languages of the different animals that it's trying to speak to. Therefore, as internet marketers will tell you, there's a massive advantage for the evolution of some system whereby signals only occur in the minds of individuals and they appear differently in accordance with the different needs of each reader. So when these lures and these scarecrows appear in our minds, they are incredibly realistic in
Colin,
vision
let's
and
go outside.
behavior because they're written in the language of humans alone. They're written in human perception. And they've also got to appear real if they're going to be selected for. If they didn't affect our behavior, they just wouldn't be there. So
Was
animals
the game
do, as our
fun?
human
Yeah, it's
ancestors
a
once
fun
did,
game. It
go
still has
around
like,
within a personal matrix that tells them what's good and what's bad individually.
believe me, there's still like another 140 something hours worth of gameplay in that game left, so you have plenty of time to watch me. Plenty of time to watch me play it. Believe me.
In an environment of immense physical complexity where such detailed and comprehensive instinctive understanding would otherwise prove very difficult. Now, just to reiterate, this is only a logical extension of what we already know, because we know we go round in a personal matrix. We hear only the range of sound that we need to hear as a species. We see only the colors that we need to see. The colors appear differently to each different animal. And the only thing I'm adding is to say that our matrices also contain a psychedelic layer of relational perception as well, with symbolic patterns and scarecrows and lures that ancient humans and other animals perceive as entities that are genuine pieces of reality. In the old days, it's likely these spectres would be quite uniform to those who saw them. But what we find now is our brains are populated with the artifacts of culture. So when this chemistry metaphorically presses the predator area of our brain, it may throw up a scary creature as it did in the past, or it may just throw up our own learned version of a scary creature, or an assortment of our general fears, which is why there's an unintentional side effect here that's quite therapeutic, because these substances can show us forgotten and suppressed experiences that we didn't know we'd filed under fears and under joys. But in a sense, the old, more uniform spirits, in inverted commas, that we used to see looked real because they really were real. These are genuine avatars of plants and of fungi and of other things, which, as I said earlier, made us relate to the organisms in exactly the way we needed to, appearing scary, to shoo us away, appearing as friendly hominids, to say, treat us as partners. And this is the time-based data forged by generational empiricism between our species and theirs. Over time, the visions and experiences thrown up in our minds would have varied. And then the ones that worked best to make us relate correctly, in other words, the maps that worked best to navigate the territory, would have been the ones that became established. So this language is a visualization of occurrences in the fourth dimension of time and, let's say, the fifth dimension of consciousness. But however you want to label this empiricism, as we might call it, it does appear within a dimension in which time seems flattened and static, so that it's accessible beyond its normal presentation in our modern sober states. And so this data constitutes gargantuan aspects of what we need to know about to function in sync with everything else. I mean, I can suggest another example of something you see very often in psychedelic states, which is a bit like the predator eyes that you see on the wings of a butterfly. Many people see an array of beautiful human eyes adorning all surfaces, and these are benevolent signposts that may be saying treat the environment as though it's alive. Now, whether it's actually alive is neither here
I'm
nor there in a
gonna
way. The
let
point is you have
anybody
to
else watch the rest of that video on their own time. But basically, that's my theory of consciousness, as we were talking about internal monologues a little bit ago, and how they popped up and stand up. But I definitely recommend watching her psychedelic map series. It's really interesting. There's like 3 videos in it, I think, maybe a little bit more. But they're all really unique videos. You're not going to hear much about it outside of this person's channel and a few other places, I imagine. So it's really interesting stuff, and I think it's probably pretty true. Probably kind of what is probably going on in terms of why things are the way they are. Could just be my biased opinion because I've taken a lot of psychedelics, But hey, in my opinion, that's what's going on. Is unfortunately, we're just disconnected from this natural trippy dippy psychedelic world, and so we evolved internal monologues to compensate for the separation, and that basically has led to the problem of consciousness and all that really sad human condition stuff. Hmm. Here we go.
Connotations. And you can say, well, some connotations
Kermit the
aren't
Frog
logical
here.
consequences of the initial position. But I would say determining what connotations aren't logical consequences of the initial position is an extraordinarily
Kermit the Frog
difficult
here.
thing to do. And you can't just do it in a manner that's convenient for the ethics of your initial argument. I mean, you could say, well, yeah, it's going too far from the antinatalist position to argue for active extermination. Fair enough, but that's no proof that the argument for extermination isn't somehow implicit in the antinatalist claim. It's convenient if it isn't, but I think there's a great danger that it is, even if it's not a certainty.
See, this is where we're basically talking about promortalism and extinctionism, like ephilism. Basically, Jordan Peterson's pressuring David Benatar, saying, "Hey, I think antinatalism actually leads into ephilism and promortalism," and David Benatar is like, "No, no."
And I certainly know beyond a shadow of a doubt that a very, very large number of people who've done tremendously used variants of what looks like the antinatalist position. So the empirical data on that, let's say, is very, very sound. Now you can say, well, they've misunderstood it. It's like, well, okay, it's possible that they've misunderstood it, but it's also possible that they've
No, I think
understood it
Benatar is doing more
extraordinarily
good than
well.
harm. Because I wouldn't have came to antinatalism and ephilism without Benatar, but I think he's a good middle ground. He's a good bridge because he doesn't hop into promortalism right away, which is such an unappealing position to like everybody, like even myself. That I literally had like a little existential crisis when I first became a promortalist. Like I was kind of like it was hard to talk about promortalism without kind of getting a little bit like choked up, like, oh shit, everything fucking sucks. Like I should kill myself. Like, like basically promortalism is very unappealing. So the fact that he's kind of bridging the middle ground between what the default little neurotypical normie and the extreme reality, which is ephilism and negative utilitarianism, I think is a good thing. So
Well,
okay, and then you had a question for me as well. Well, I understand that. I do. I understand that.
And if we take the empirical points you were making, then I think people shouldn't espouse religious views either, because there's plenty of empirical evidence about how that has been taken to extremes and used to great detriment of humanity.
Well, I won't address that. Let me. There was a question that you wanted to ask.
Yes,
me.
well, I think you have fundamentally answered it. Basically, my question was to you was going to be, what are you afraid of in terms of the utilitarian consequences of David's argument? So, if I'm clear, you are afraid that people will use that argument to cause harm.
Well, it's no, I wouldn't say that. I am concerned about that. I don't think that's my fundamental objection. My fundamental objection is that the doctrine is deeply nihilistic and anti-human, and that it is precisely the sort of doctrine that undermines the kind of faith in being that people that it's necessary for people to manifest in order for them to live forthrightly and nobly and properly in the world. And I think it's terribly dangerous in that regard. And I don't think that David has done a decent job at all of addressing the fundamental objection to the antinatalist argument, which is the idea that being is somehow flawed beyond redemption, let's say, which I think is the fundamental answer. There are modes of being that redeem being, and the mode of being that redeems being is voluntary heroism in the face of tragedy and malevolence, and that lifts up being and ennobles it. And even if that's not the mode of action that characterizes most people, it's a potential mode of action, and it's the mode of action.
You know what, Jordan? I actually agree. That's why people should be ethilists instead of antinatalists. It's all about the action, the will to persevere against the odds, to really stand up against pain and do what needs to be done. To break a few eggs to make an omelet, per se. Thank you, Jordan. I love that. Even though
that is the proper move forward towards redemption rather than the cessation of being itself. And I would say that's the fundamental religious conundrum that's plagued mankind since the beginning of time. Life is suffering and rife with malevolence. What do you do about that? Well, one answer is cease to exist or cease existence itself. The other is to heroically confront the problem of being and to lift up the tragedy of the world on your shoulders and to move forward in a courageous manner and to redeem being as a consequence of your actions.
The only
and I think that's and it's not a matter of educating people to do that. It's not some manipulation of the manner in which they view the world. It's the freeing of the part of their spirit that's so powerful and so strong that it can withstand the tragedy of being and its malevolence without suffering beyond their capacity and without becoming corrupt. And I would also say that that's the core idea that underlies Western civilization itself, which is that the individual, say made in the image of God, has sufficient intrinsic nobility of spirit to withstand the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune and to prevail, and that that's a positive good, not a mere medication for an intolerable disease. And the fact that I'm what would you say? I oppose the antinatalist position is because I think it's pessimistic, fatalistic, and fundamentally existentially cowardly, because it doesn't.
Cowardly.
It's anti-human, and it denies the fact that the human spirit has the capacity to grapple with being, even given clear apprehension of all its intrinsic horrors. So I think it's a terribly dangerous
he's being
position,
disingenuous here, because David Benatar literally has an entire section in his book about optimism bias and how we literally are programmed through evolution to be able to persevere for all this bullshit. Hence why we're here to this very day and willing to perpetuate all this Ponzi scheme on. So Jordan Peterson's being disingenuous as shit here, for the record. But we're gonna go on because I'm really just watching this for the promortalism part.
Nothing but terrible outcomes, despite David's claims that anyone who takes this argument to any terrible conclusion is misunderstanding it. I don't think they're misunderstanding it at all.
Okay.
You know, in Faust, for example, in Goethe's Faust, the character Mephistopheles essentially makes an antinatalist argument. He says that the conditions of being are so unbearable that it would be better if being never existed at all. And Goethe outlines the consequences of Mephistopheles' position, and they're dreadful. Well, he's Satan himself, essentially, in the Faust story. And so I think David's disavowal of the negative consequences of the antinatalist position are convenient for him to retain some belief in the ethics of the position, but bear no relationship whatsoever to how the philosophy will manifest itself in the real world.
Okay, that may be a point. David does. Dave, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but you do agree that your view is pessimistic. I don't know about the cowardly part. Do you want to respond to that in more of a closing type of statement? Because I think
yes,
Jordan has given quite a lengthy statement there in rebuttal.
Let me make a conciliatory comment by way of conclusion. So I do think that my position is a pessimistic one, although I don't think unduly pessimistic. It's certainly not a nihilistic position. It's based on very fundamental moral values. And all I hope that if it's my pessimism that needs to be tested, or Jordan's optimism, I hope that it's my pessimism that's tested.
Okay, that's a...
So what that means is that rather than the terrible things befalling him that would cure him of his view, I hope the good things before me try to cure me of mine.
All right.
Yes, I hope that too. I truly do. I truly do.
Well, it's been almost an hour and a half of two academic giants, and I think some very interesting argumentation. Thank you both for joining us and for having this discussion. I know it hasn't been easy at times and frustrating for both of you.
This is just basically to
I do think
show
listeners
that
will gain a lot of value.
Benatar does deny primordialism. I don't know when he talks about primordialism. Maybe if I go into the comment section, I can see one of my comments that I've made. No, I don't know. Oh, either way, the point of this one is to say that, like, yo, this lab is actively being accused of primordialism, and in here, he's like, kind of teetering and being really squirmish about the whole idea of primordialism, and doesn't want to answer it really, but is kind of just being like, well, you know, I hope you come to my conclusion, you know, lol, pain bad. And I'm like, yeah, it's fair, you're right, but at the same time, he's not really doing justice to like the implications of pain. And then here, I think, is where you get into the meat.
Bad things in life are going to constantly evade our treatment, our therapy. So even if we cure cancer,
even when you don't exist, I don't see the basis for that. I mean, how long does death last? 3 minutes? Too reliably bad that having children, even in a circumstance where you can be pretty confident that you'll assure them what's considered a very good human life in our context, right? You're not giving birth, you know, in Haiti during the earthquake. You're living a life of abundance in the developed world. You're telling me that life is so bad that bringing a child into the world is a monstrous evil. I can't see how that doesn't give you, really by definition, something like the pro-mortalist position, because in order to cancel that, in order to say that this misery on offer is worth going through tomorrow morning when you wake up, you have to say that death is intrinsically a terrible, terrible thing, and its badness somehow persists even when you don't exist. I don't see the basis for that. I mean, how long does death last? 3 minutes? 2 seconds?
forever. Unlike diamonds, which are not really forever, this is forever.
The forever is from the perspective of no one.
That's correct.
And if death lasts forever, that harm is accruing in the same place, or so I would say, as the harm of being deprived of the benefits of a good life.
No, that's exactly where we're disagreeing. But in what you just said, I think you're saying multiple different things. In other words, at different points in your exposition, I thought you were saying something different. So first, what I thought you were saying was that it may be that in the future, lives will be will be much, much better than they are now, really nearly blissful lives, because we don't know how much the science will progress and how good we can make a human life. And my response to that, that's not what you were saying.
No, I would say that's certainly possible. Yeah.
Well, my response to that is that even if that's true, and I think that's unduly optimistic, I think that bad things in life are going to constantly evade our treatment, our therapy. So even if we cure cancer, there'll be something else that comes along that we'll then have to turn our attention to. But even if we set aside that, and even if we think that there is some great condition that we can get into in 100,000 years' time, or even 10,000 years' time, even 1,000 years' time, it's not clear to me that subjecting intervening people to what we would be subjecting them to could warrant that outcome. So let's imagine we were having this conversation 20,000 years ago, where there was no anesthesia, and people had to have a leg amputated. They just cut it off. Perhaps they get a bit of grog or something, but they'd be fully conscious while they had their leg amputated, or they had a tooth pulled. And the Sam Harris of the past said, look, one day there'll be this great thing that's called anesthesia, and people won't have to have that, won't have to go through these experiences, at least if they're in the developed world and they've got access to it. I'll say, yeah, but it's pretty indecent to put the next number of generations through what they're going to go through to get to that point. It's just not worth it.
What you do is
the lesser of the evils. I'm granting the possibility that I'm wrong about how bad death is. That if I am wrong about that, then I think we should be pro-mortalists, but not just because we're anti-nature. The prospect of having my leg cut off.
Not just tomorrow, perhaps, but I'm just saying that every day for the rest of your life.
Yeah, that too. But let's imagine I knew this leg cutting was only going to start in 20 years' time. Then I might say, well, the badness of death is going to keep me going in the meantime. And I'm going to stick around, and when I get a little closer to that leg cutting time, then the death would be welcome, even though it would still be an evil. It'll be the lesser of the evils. I'm granting the possibility that I'm wrong about how bad death is. That if I am wrong about that, then I think we should be pro-mortalists, but not just because we're anti-natalists. I think we should be pro-mortalists on other grounds. We must try and minimize the unfortunate side effects that you're speaking about. But I don't think I have to adopt pro-mortalism because I'm an anti-natalist. And I think that the method for avoiding it is by saying that death is a harm to the person who dies, or is bad for the person who dies. Ways of doing that, I've spoken about annihilation. You can speak about deprivation. Is the deprivation of death's badness? That's another way of doing it. We can argue about the merits of those different views of the badness of death, but at least on the face of it, there are arguments that death is bad, even though there is nobody who experiences that badness. So I'm not sure whether we should sort of get sidetracked by the debate about death. What we should, I think, recognize is a question about that. And if you're right about death, then my anti-natalist view should commit me to pro-mortalism, and I'm perfectly happy to acknowledge that. Okay, if on the other hand, I'm right about the question of death, then I am not committed to pro-mortalism just because I'm an anti-natalist.
Okay, yeah, well, yeah, I certainly don't want to get bogged down here. I guess I have the hope that we can always press through and find ourselves convergent.
Never the optimist.
But your pessimism may be warranted here. So I guess I'll register, for the benefit of our listeners, I'll just register the objections that have occurred to me thus far where I feel like we don't converge. And one is just on the initial architecture of this first asymmetry, this idea that you can say that being deprived of harms or
yeah, the rest of this kind of is about death of freedom, right? Being bad or not bad. But yeah, low-key, I don't remember if I know the obvious objection to his thing is like, well, death occurs no matter what in your life. So if the bad things in life are so bad, then pro-mortalism should still count no matter what. Like, essentially, if the bad things are bad, then the good things don't matter. But death is bad, and that's just a whole argument as well. Well, pro-mortalism shouldn't count because death is bad. Well, death is going to occur no matter what. It's just a matter of time. So if the pain still matters, and you're not asymmetry still apply to pain, then you should still be bought into pro-mortalism regardless. That's one argument. But two, I think for him, right, at some point you kind of get strict into, it isn't in this one or it's in the Jordan Peterson somewhere, but he does get kind of strict into saying something about Epicureanism and being like admitting that death isn't really that bad. So when he does that, it's pretty much just kind of like, yeah, you're pro-mortalist. And well, no, here I think it is in the Jordan Peterson one. It has to be here. Okay, take what he said right here into account. Take what he said right here into account. That he thinks death
I understand.
is the reason.
I understand.
And if we take the empirical points you were making, then I think people shouldn't espouse religious views. On that sort of view, I can desire something, including, by the way, things that are posthumous. I can desire, for example, that my body not be desecrated after my death. And then if my body is desecrated after my death, because
well, so let's go to your objection. You said, well, it isn't pleasure versus pain; it's desire versus satisfaction.
No, I didn't say that. I said that's another alternative. The way I've set up the issue is an asymmetry between harms and benefits, between good things and bad things.
Okay, so let's go with that. We don't. Oh, fine. If we won't talk about pleasure and pain, then that's fine. So the bad outweighs the good. We can go with regards to the bad and good. I'm willing to accept the terminology that you lay down. I don't want to quibble about that. My point is that there are modes of conducting yourself so that what you're describing as the good can be. And well, wait, there's one more element to your argument: is that we're characterizing it in terms of good versus bad, and you're making the case that the bad outweighs the good, which is again an arithmetic argument, even if it's vaguely parameterized.
Does not presuppose a hedonistic view. It's formulated in terms of the good and the bad. It is neutral with respect to particular accounts of what is good and what is bad. You've now presented me with a case about the sleeping friendless person.
How can it be neutral with regards to that? You know, I can't just give you a free pass on that. It's like, okay, it's good versus bad, and then you say, well, it's neutral to what the content of those categories is. It's like, no, sorry, it can't be, because then the content.
Okay, neutral to the content of the categories. It's neutral to different views about how we cash out what things in life are good and what things in life are bad.
Well, neutral in what way? Like you. Mode of being, then I think that your argument is specious. I don't think that's true.
You're coming back to the previous point. So this is what I find frustrating about the conversations. We're doing this in a certain trajectory. You actually
stake that you shouldn't be interfering with. Well, so what's his interest?
It's an interest in continuing to exist.
Why does he have that interest?
That's a very good question as to why he has that interest. And it's not clear to me how we would sort of get specifics on this. But
Well,
one thing-
anything. They don't have to be specifics. Just some vague characterization of what his interest might conceivably be would suffice for me.
Well, for one thing, he wants to continue living.
Well, he doesn't if he's asleep.
No, he does in a dispositional state. He's got the desire in a dispositional state.
What if he's
Yeah,
suicidal? What if he's okay? He's a suicidal, friendless, familyless person who's asleep.
Good. And then we come up with refined views that take into account not just actual desires, but ideal desires. And those are ones that you would have if you were fully informed. And if it were the case that if he were fully informed, he would still be suicidal, then it might be that his life is not worth continuing. But it might still be that I would not kill him because I don't have adequate certainty about it. Not just certainty, I don't have adequate epistemic confidence that that's the case. So there are lots of confounding
Okay,
variables.
fine. So then I would say it would be reasonable for you to not have adequate epistemic confidence to make an antinatalist case for exactly the same reasons.
No, it's not exactly the same reason. I'll tell you why. Because they're quite plausible accounts about why existing people would have an interest in continuing to exist. We can't be certain about them. I can't be sure that the Epicurean argument is false. But if the Epicurean argument is false, and I think it's true, and I act on it, and I go around painlessly killing people, and I'm wrong, I've committed major atrocities. Whereas if my
This is a really important part right here. This is where I was trying to get to. So if you take what he just said into account with Sam Harris, that death is promortalism is only invalid because death is wrong. Okay, take that into account. Promortalism is only wrong. Ephilism is only wrong, and antinatalism is correct only if death is bad.
would have an interest in continuing to exist. We can't be certain about them. I can't be sure that the Epicurean argument is false. But if the Epicurean argument is false, and I think it's true, and I act on it, and I go around painlessly killing people, and I'm wrong, I've committed major atrocities. Whereas if my antinatalist argument is mistaken, and I've failed to bring people into existence as a result, then no major atrocities there. And so if you're looking at how you respond to uncertainty, there's a very important
that's not
asymmetry
necessarily
between
the
killing
case.
somebody and not creating somebody.
If your antinatalist argument taken to the logical extreme produced the extinction of humanity, then I would consider that an atrocity. So I don't see that.
It might be an atrocity if you kill them off. I agree about that. But I don't think it'd be an atrocity through humans dying out through non.
Right, precisely. You don't think that that would be an atrocity, and I think that that's actually part of the extreme danger of your argument. I think that would be a catastrophic atrocity, and I think that the fact that you claim otherwise indicates that you have a profoundly anti-human perspective, given that your position is. You know, here I was just writing a chapter.
Yeah, but basically, if you take what he just said there into account, he basically is saying no. It's basically risk. Like it's essentially just a risk assessment that David Penner's playing. He's playing a utilitarian game. Okay. David Penner is a utilitarian. He's a desire-based utilitarian, basically just weighing up desires as if they have points essentially to him. Instead of pain and pleasure necessarily, he kind of just goes for interests / desires basically, because I guess it's a little bit more friendly sounding than pain and pleasure, because it's all about aesthetic with him. I have a feeling. So when it comes down to it, he puts like this aesthetic around his argument of like, oh, it's just about not reproduction. But he does realize that it does lead into primordialism, and he'll admit that Epicureanism and primordialism are impossible to really defeat here. But when it comes to the implications of if he's wrong, if somehow the deontologists are right for whatever reason, then basically he would be doing a major grave error by taking such a risk of imposing harms on people. So we ought to basically just take the deontological rule-based utilitarian approach to it and not cause any sort of imposition, and instead just refrain from having kids rather than doing actions which impose risks of being potentially wrong. So he's taking like the whole Charlotte problem inaction opinion, like saying like don't have kids because of inaction. Which is true and based and stuff like that, but at the same time, it's kind of not negative utilitarianism, and he's basically admitting that he is kind of a utilitarian, and he's kind of admitting that, yeah, under utilitarianism, risk factors put aside, you ought to basically embrace primordialism, Epicureanism, Ephilism, all that stuff. It's just very subtle if you have to pick apart what he's saying and take apart like the implications of what he's saying. But if you do, you kind of understand like, oh shit, David Benatar, he might not be a pro-mortalist, but he's not a pro-mortalist. He's not a pro-mortalist. Yeah, exactly. You have to read between his lines. Once you read between his lines, you understand what he's saying. He doesn't want to become a He doesn't want to become like, I don't know how to say it, like the pioneer, the spokesman. He doesn't want to become like a spokesman of violent action, basically. He doesn't want to risk like become like collapsing the movement by being a spokesman for violence and having that turned against the movement, basically. So he's constantly going against the whole promortalism thing. But I don't think he actually isn't a promortalist. I have a feeling he is a promortalist, or at the very minimum, is empathetic to the primordial disposition and thinks it's probably correct. And I think if you take that into account while going into his interview with Cosmic Skeptic, you can see why Cosmic Skeptic doesn't want to have any more antinatalists on the podcast. It's just because antinatalism's inconsistent. It's just that simple. It's inconsistent to what is actually the implications of neo-utilitarianism here.
This episode of the Cosmic Skeptic podcast is brought to you by you. To support the podcast, please visit patreon.com/Benatar. Professor Benatar, thank you for being here.
My pleasure. Nice to be with you.
It's great to have you.
The presence of pain is bad for the person, or the absence of pain is good for the person, even if they don't exist. The phrase "for the person" has to be clarified and qualified in this.
Well, so let's talk about it then. Let's get to the grid of this.
Let's get to the grid.
You say that for someone who doesn't exist, the fact that they are not experiencing pleasure is not a bad thing because they're not being deprived of anything, and yet the fact that they're not
it is a shame.
is a good thing. A lot of people would want to ask, how can you say that, given that earlier we clarified that when you say something is good or bad, what you really mean is good or bad for the person. For the person who doesn't exist, it seems to make sense in the case of pleasure, what you're saying, to say that, well, it doesn't make sense to say that this person is deprived of pleasure because there's no one to be deprived. But how then can you say that somebody's being deprived of suffering in a good way?
Well, I mean, obviously you want to try to avoid misunderstanding about what it means good for somebody. This is the point that I was making earlier. So I'm obviously not claiming that there is somebody there who has no pain. So when I say that something is better for somebody or worse for somebody, I'm having to make a comparison between two scenarios, one in which they do exist and one in which they don't exist. The first thing to realize here is that this is a very unusual kind of scenario. Most times when we're thinking about whether something harms somebody or benefits somebody, they exist in both of the scenarios. So that's the situation which we're used to thinking about matters. Now we're faced with an unusual scenario where the person doesn't exist in both options, in both alternatives. So one thing we can do is we can adopt a kind of Procrustean view and assume that our usual concepts must apply unwaveringly in this unusual kind of case. Or what we can do is we can recognize that there's something unusual about this case and recognize that our usual concepts might need to be adapted somewhat in order to cater for it. And I believe that second way is the wiser way to attend to this problem. There are a lot of people, I think, in philosophy who want to offer a very clever solution. They say, well, our ordinary concepts just don't apply here, and we've got to stick with these ordinary concepts, and therefore there's nothing wrong by bringing a suffering child into existence. And I want to say, well, that may be clever in a kind of technical sense, but it's not wise to treat the unusual case like the usual case. Much wiser to recognize there's something distinctive about this unusual case, which might require an adaptation of our ordinary concepts.
So I would totally agree with this. My reaction is, however, that the way that I would treat the situation of non-existence differently is to say that for someone who's alive, potentially, if they're deprived of pleasure, that's bad, and if they're deprived of suffering, that's good. Whereas for the person who doesn't exist, because they don't exist, the deprivation of their pleasure is not bad, but neither is the deprivation of their suffering good. This is kind of the heart of the asymmetry, is how we can justify the idea that there needs to be a person to be benefited in order for pleasure to be good, but there doesn't need to be a person to suffer in order for the absence of suffering to be good.
Well, you can go down your route if you like, and it is a route that I considered, but that has all kinds of other implications. And the question is whether you're willing to accept all of those other implications.
Well, perhaps we could go through some of them.
Well, for example, somebody could conceive a child that they know would suffer horribly. This is not just the ordinary suffering of an ordinary life. This is unusual suffering, let's say, and then the child would die at age 5 or 6 or 10, as the case may be. Most people think that if you knew that in advance and you could avoid bringing that child into existence, that's exactly what you should do. And if you willingly went into that, ignoring the sufferings of this potential child, you would be doing something wrong. Now, the question is, how do you explain that if you don't accept something like this basic axiological asymmetry?
Is the essence of your question, because if I did accept that there was an obligation not to bring that child into existence, I would then simultaneously be committed to saying that there was an obligation to bring beings into existence that did experience more pleasure?
Well, that's one route you can go. What I'm saying is, you've said that we ought to treat the absence of pleasure and the absence of pain in the non-existent equivalent, so that it's not good to avoid pain by avoiding a person. Now, it seems to me that that's going to lead you to have to make a judgment about the case I've just described that seems intolerable.
Well,
now, of course, it's possible that there might be some other explanation that you could give, and I have explored a range of other explanations that people might give for why it would be bad or wrong to bring the miserable child into existence. But the point I'm making is that to support the asymmetry that I'm advancing, there are multiple factors we need to consider to see what the best explanation is. And I think that this basic asymmetry has lots of explanatory value. It explains the case that I've just mentioned, explains a range of other cases, it solves certain problems in population ethics. It has all of these theoretical benefits, which means I don't think we ought to give it up that quickly.
So what's the problem with me saying that for this potential child, let's say for my child, since I don't have any children, the fact that my child is currently not suffering is neutral, and yet the moment that that child becomes born, any suffering it experiences become bad. What's the problem with that for you?
Well, what reason would you have not to bring it into existence?
Because once it's been brought into existence, that would become a bad thing.
And then what about, why aren't you creating babies at the moment that on ordinary views would have lots of pleasure and benefits?
Well, for instance, let's say that I agreed with you on your second point about that most human lives do contain more suffering than pleasure, that they're a lot worse than people think that they are. And here I was to agree with you that we therefore shouldn't bring new beings into existence, but that the asymmetry still fails, if you see what I'm saying.
Yeah, so you're saying if you accepted my other arguments for antinatalism, then you wouldn't be bound to accept the axiological asymmetry.
I'm saying that if I accepted the argument about life being really bad, I could say that for that reason I don't have an obligation to bring new beings into existence who will experience pleasure. But I can still say that what I said earlier, that the suffering for my child is neutral until it comes into existence. Because your response to that was to say, well, why don't you then have an obligation to bring children into existence who do experience pleasure? And I could respond by saying that I don't think any child ever would.
Right. Well, then you just accepted the antinatalist conclusion via another route. So
that's right.
not...
Yeah. I mean, so I'm not accepting it personally, at least not at this stage, let's say. But what I'm trying to get to the heart of is right now I'm trying to discuss the philosophy of the asymmetry. So the conclusion of antinatalism can stand as a separate question, but I'm trying to see if this is a functional objection to at least the asymmetry that you're presenting.
And I don't think you need the axiological asymmetry in order to generate antinatalist conclusions. You could get that via another route, one which recognizes.
This is a unique case not existing, and we may need to treat it differently. So let's talk about, if we can, why it is that these arguments that apply to people who don't exist do not apply to people who do exist. For instance, a lot of people misunderstand antinatalism upon first hearing it, thinking that it's an argument towards suicidality or something like that. It seems like you might be suggesting life is not worth living, and so we should end our lives. Perhaps you can briefly just explain why that's not the case in your view.
BBC.
Right. Well, although I think there's no interest in coming into existence, my sense is once we do exist, we have an interest in continuing to exist. Now, that's not to say that that interest could not be defeated. I do think that the quality of life can become so terrible that although you've got an interest in continuing to exist, your interest in avoiding all these horrors outweighs your interest in continuing to exist. But it is the case, nonetheless, that once you start existing, you've got an interest in continuing to exist. And so I think different standards apply to the question whether life is worth starting and whether life is worth continuing. There's a higher bar, as it were, to be met for the question about whether life is worth continuing or worth ending.
So do you think that interests have moral worth intrinsically, kind of their own accord, regardless of the amount of suffering or pleasure that they may bring?
Well, that's a complicated question because some of the interests are going to be interests connected with the goods or bads of future life. So part of an interest in continuing to live might be an interest in the goods that you. I think that there's another interest, and that is the interest in just being propelled forward and continuing to exist, independent of the pleasures or pains. It's not that this interest can't be compared against and perhaps sometimes outweighed by some of those other interests, but I have a sense that there is this interest in continuing to exist. And there are, okay.
Oh, no, if you're not finished.
No, that's fine.
Well, I was just going to say that the reason I asked this is because reading your work, one of the questions that came up the most to me was this question about interest, especially as pertains to the question of abortion and perhaps the taking of lives without people being aware that their lives are being taken. For instance, perhaps I could just get your view on this question. It's an analogy I'm sure you've heard. I can't remember who it comes from, but suppose you're on a train and you meet a stranger who has a terminal illness or something like this, and you wish them well. You want them to. It becomes in your interest for that person to be healthy because you care about them because you're an empathetic person. But once it may bring.
I heard you say, "Wait, what's going on? What's going on, my dude?"
Well, that's a complicated question because some of the interests are going to be interests connected with the goods or bads of future life. So part of an interest in continuing to live might be an interest in the goods that you will derive if you continue to live and the goods that you'll be deprived of if you don't continue to live. But I think there's another interest, and that is just being propelled forward and continuing to exist, independent of pleasures or pains. It's not that this interest can't be compared against and perhaps sometimes outweighed by some of those other interests, but I have a sense that there is this interest in continuing to exist. And there are, it's okay.
Oh, no, if you're not finished.
No, that's fine.
Well, I was just going to say that the reason I asked this is because reading your work, one of the questions that came up the most to me was this question about interest, especially as pertains to the question of abortion and perhaps the taking of lives without people being aware that their lives are being taken. For instance, perhaps I could just get your view on this question. It's an analogy I'm sure you've heard. I can't remember who it comes from, but suppose you're on a train and you meet a stranger who has a terminal illness or something like this, and you wish them well. You want them to. It becomes in your interest for that person to be healthy because you care about them because you're an empathetic person. But once they get off the train, you never see them again and you never have contact with them again. Now, if that person does get well again, which is in your interest, but you never find out, is that good for you?
Well, it depends on what view you have about interest here. I'm just not sure that this is the relevant debate to be having about the question of abortion. Well, because in the case of abortion, we're dealing with, at least if it's in the earlier stages of gestation, we're dealing with a being that may not have interests of a morally relevant kind at all. So I'm not sure that the question you've just posed is what's going to get us to the heart of the matter about abortion.
Well, for the moment, I'm just trying to talk still about the difference between beings that don't exist and do exist, and I hope you'll see why this becomes relevant in a moment. But to me, intuitively, it seems that it's not good for the person on the train if that person, if the terminally ill person becomes healthy, because of the fact that they never become aware of it. Even though you might say they have an interest in the person's becoming well, what you're really saying is that they have an interest in kind of knowing that the person gets better and being able to benefit from it in that way. I don't think, in other words, that their interest in the person getting well is in itself of moral worth, such that if that person does get well, but the person on the train never finds out about it, they are therefore benefited.
Well, I think there's a confounding variable in the case that you provided, and that is you've stipulated this is a complete stranger.
Yeah.
So let's take another case which would test your hypothesis about whether what you don't know can't harm you. So let's imagine that you have spent your entire work producing some magnum opus, and you leave it to be sent off to the publisher, and you die, and it gets burnt in some conflagration, and it never sees the light of day. And the question now is, well, have your interests been set back by this work having been destroyed? You'll never know about it because you're dead. You'll never know one way or the other. But have your interests been set back by it being burnt?
Yeah, it's an interesting consideration. My response would be to say that it might make sense to say that your interests have been negated, but that it's not bad for you that that happens because you're dead.
So why do you draw that inference that from it being in your interest that it be published to it not harming you? But I suppose this is going to depend on what your conception of harm is. How do you understand harm?
So I understand harm in essentially a utilitarian measure to be judged by suffering. So in other words, there needs to be somebody to be doing the suffering for it to be bad for them.
Well, let's be careful here. So let's imagine somebody poisons you and you die painlessly. Have they harmed you?
Well, this is exactly the question that I was going to pose to you, which is essentially this, that I see my future self as much a potential person as my child, for instance. I see it as a person that does not exist yet, but could or could not. And my contention is that I feel like the asymmetry argument that you present, if it holds, would also hold for living beings, because of the fact that
yeah, so he brings up a really nice point about
identity
identity nihilism
because I'm not aware of it happening.
Because I guess Alex is kind of an identity nihilist of sorts as well. So he brings up identity nihilism here and basically says like, oh, it's kind of like you're imposing on your future self by continuing to live, just as like you're imposing on your child. So doesn't that imply suicidality? And I don't think Benatar has a really strong response to that, if I remember right.
From it, and yet you would thereby be preventing my future self, who doesn't exist yet, you'd be preventing my future self from experiencing any suffering, and yes, you'd be preventing them from experiencing pleasures as well, but because I don't have any interest anymore, because I'm dead, and because...
But yeah, I think I agree with what Alex said there, that you would imply that you ought to commit suicide, so long as you can't prevent a greater amount of harm for other future beings, then you should prevent the amount of harm that you can for your own future self beings or whatever by committing suicide, basically. So I agree with what Alex says here, basically, from a utilitarian perspective. Like, you either have to have like a major justification for living, which is preventing more harm, or you're imposing on your future self, basically. And if you're taking on a pure deontological standpoint, then it's like you're imposing on your future self all the time. So everybody ought to commit suicide, basically.
Because that person now doesn't exist, and as you say, the deprivation of their pleasure is not a bad thing, I don't see why the same argument wouldn't apply to say that we have a preference for being painlessly killed. Now, of course, in practice, this wouldn't work because you would need to be unaware that you're being killed. So it's not something we could kind of implement universally. But in the individual case of somebody being killed without their knowledge, it seems like the antinatalist argument in this specific case, Lisa's saying that this is a good thing.
Well, I'm worried that you're layering one assumption upon another here to produce this hypothesis. So we have to look evaluate one assumption at a time.
Really fast.
So you're saying that somebody poisons you and you die painlessly, you're not harmed.
I would be too.
Now we have to decide whether we want to accept that hypothesis or not. Think about what the theoretical implications would be, let's say, for painless murder.
Yeah.
Now there'd be secondary effects on other people. There may be secondary effects on other people, but let's imagine some scenario where they're not the secondary effects on other people, and somebody could painlessly kill you. Presumably, you would think then that ought not to be criminalized.
Well, it gets complicated because, of course, the very act of decriminalizing something like that would probably lead to more suffering because people would need to become aware that that's something that's legal to do, and it would probably cause some kind of panic. I do think.
Well, I've recognized those scenarios.
Yeah.
Let's imagine you could control for those scenarios.
Well, so morally,
and if you don't want to frame it in terms of criminalization, the suggestion that you've not harmed somebody by killing them. Well, of course, you can accept that view if you're an Epicurean, but then we're having a whole other debate about the badness of death. This is. If we're talking about minority views here, this is a minority view. Now, it may be the correct one, but we need to evaluate that view. I don't think there's much going for that view.
Absolutely.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to clarify that what I do think here is that for the person who is being killed, if they're killed without their knowledge and don't experience any pain, then it makes no sense to say that it's bad for them. Now, that's not to say that it's not bad for other people. You could even say that because somebody has to do the killing, the kind of character that would instill in a person or cultivate in a person itself would be bad. And if it's genuinely neutral, whether the person dies or not, then the small kind of character effect it has on the person doing the killing, for instance, might be enough to tip the balance. But what I'm saying is for the person who dies, I don't think it makes sense to say that it's bad
So
for them.
this is a well-known argument. It's an old argument. It goes back to the Epicureans. It's a very resilient argument. I don't think that there is a knockdown response. I don't think that we can definitively disprove the Epicurean view, which is exactly why it's been resilient over millennia. But if we're wanting to know whether we ought to accept this view, we need to balance out different considerations. So there are arguments in the reverse. There are arguments which suggest that you can harm somebody by depriving them of goods that they would otherwise have had. You can harm somebody by annihilating them. These are all alternative views that attempt to address the Epicurean argument. And each of these positions will have some shortcomings and some strengths. And again, what I would suggest is that the wise approach here is one that weighs these up and tries to reach the conclusion that is most reasonable on a balance of considerations to reach. When I do that, I reach the conclusion that death is bad for the person who dies. I can't give you a mathematical proof for that. I can't give you a knockdown argument for that. But I do think that the weight of considerations support that view rather than the Epicurean view.
Yeah, I suppose what I'm trying to do is express what I feel and what I know a lot of my audience have felt when encountering to be an interview. You become
views that attempt to address the Epicurean argument. And each of these positions will have some shortcomings and some strengths. And again, what I would suggest is that the wise approach here is one that weighs these up and tries to reach the conclusion that is most reasonable on a balance of considerations to reach. When I do that, I reach the conclusion that death is bad for the person who dies. I can't give you a mathematical proof for that. I can't give you a knockdown argument for that. But I do think that the weight of considerations support that view rather than the Epicurean view.
Yeah, I suppose what I'm trying to do is express what I feel and what I know a lot of my audience have felt when encountering antinatalism, which is that it seems on the surface level to be an unintuitive view. But once you become convinced of the asymmetry or something like that, it leads me and the nature of pleasure and pain and its effect on a person, it leads me to the unintuitive conclusion that death is not bad for the person dying. And as you say, maybe this is just kind of a clash of intuitions here, but the way that I see it is that it makes just as much sense to see my future self as a potential person as to see my son as a potential person. And let's say that killing somebody, killing me, does harm me. It would of course harm me in a finite way, to a finite amount. And would you say, or would you argue that the amount that somebody is harmed, in your view, by being killed is not outweighed by the amount of suffering that they'll experience in the rest of their life, if life is as bad as you say it is?
Yeah,
so now I think we've moved on to a different question, and I am worried here that we've got too many open issues.
Perhaps.
So I'd either like to try to close down some of the issues so that we know what assumptions we're working on, or I think we should shift focus. I'm not sure what you want to do in the time available.
Well, I wonder what you think has most kind of gapingly been left open here.
Well, one question is the question about the badness of death for the person who dies. So when I made a point about that, then you brought me back to antinatalism, but I don't want to come back to antinatalism if your argument against antinatalism rests on the Epicurean view. I want to then first settle the Epicurean view, or at least recognize where the difference is between us.
I see. So my argument about death here isn't an attempt to disprove antinatalism. It's an attempt to show that I think that the logic of not bringing someone into existence also applies to taking someone out of existence. That's not to say that antinatalism is wrong. Rather, I think it's an argument to say that if antinatalism is correct, then there's also an obligation, or maybe not an obligation, but it can also be a good thing for a person to die.
Well, it may be if the Epicurean is correct, but I don't think an antinatalist is committed to Epicureanism. So you're an antinatalist, and now there's a separate question about whether you should be an Epicurean. And
I don't get
if you
that.
think that there's
I generally
no
don't. That's what he's saying here.
harm to the person who dies in being dead.
What is he saying by that?
Well, it may be if the Epicurean is correct, but I don't think an antinatalist is committed to Epicureanism.
Well, maybe that Epicurean is correct, but I don't think an antinatalist is committed to Epicureanism. What does that mean, though? Like, if Epicureanism is correct, then everybody's committed to being correct. Like, if it's correct, it's correct. It's just that fucking simple. It's like, if Epicureanism is true and death is not bad for the one who dies, then death is not bad for the one who dies. It doesn't matter if you were like, oh, but I actually don't want to die. It's like, no, you're just illogical. You're just not being consistent with the truth. So,
Epicureanism.
whatever.
So you're an antinatalist, and now there's a separate question about whether you should be an Epicurean. And if you think that there's no harm to the person who dies in being dead or in being killed painlessly, then it may well be that ending your life sooner rather than later is exactly the right thing to do, because you'll avoid all the resultant misery. But an antinatalist is not committed to the Epicurean view merely in virtue of being an antinatalist.
Sure. I'm not saying that's the case. I suppose what I'm trying to say is that if somebody takes that view of death, that it would then follow from antinatalism that it is also a good thing for people's lives to end. Would you say at least that much, that if the Epicurean view of death is correct, then it would actually be a good thing? Because I think the Epicurean line would generally be that it's somewhat neutral if you die, because it's got no effect on you. But it seems like if you take an Epicurean view and you mix it with the asymmetry argument, you actually land on the conclusion that it's good to die.
Well, I mean, there's a sort of rough way in which I think that's true, but there's another way in which I think it's not true.
There's a
It's
rough
not clear
way
to
in
me
which I
that the
think that's true.
Epicurean can say,
It is.
just as the Epicurean can't say that death is bad, it's not clear to me the Epicurean can say that death is good for the person who
So
dies.
it's just semantics, Minotaur. Oh, I see how it is.
Yes, so I don't think the Epicurean would say, but see, this is my intuition, because in the same way that if an Epicurean isn't able to say that death is bad, then they shouldn't be able to say that death is good. That's the same kind of problem of asymmetry that I see with antinatalism intuitively, that if you can't say that it's if you can't say that it is
When your opponent starts resorting to semantics, you know you got some problems. It was the same with Jordan Peterson. He started going semantics, and Jordan was just like, I don't really care which definition you use, Benatar. When it comes down to it, I just want to have the argument about whether death is bad or not, man. And he just goes around this whole semantics, and he's like, oh, depends what you mean by bad and good, and
bad.
Apparently, he has no problem with saying bad and good when it comes to his asymmetry argument, but when it comes to death, it's like, oh.
that someone isn't suffering, you can't say that it's good that they're not. Sorry, if you can't say that it's bad that they're not experiencing pleasure, you can't say it's good that they're not suffering. To me, that's just as unintuitive as the Epicurean somehow saying that it's not bad if you die, but it is good that you die.
Again, I'm worried that there are multiple issues that are open here. One of them, of course, is that you're saying that your future self is like a new being.
Into the void.
So you're drawing a comparison between you and your future self and the non-existent person becoming an existing person. And I'm worried about that assumption.
Now I'm worried about identity nihilism.
I think that once you there may be differences between you and the person that you will evolve into in 20, 30, 40 years' time. I don't deny that. But I don't think we're dealing with the same kind of case as we are when a person has not been brought into existence and then they're brought into existence. It's not that you're continuing to live is coming into existence. That's different. That's continuing to exist.
Sure. But maybe let me think of another way to. I suppose that would be a different question. I think it gets complicated here because, of course, there's always going to be a transgression of one person into their future self. But perhaps, again, maybe this is something that we should perhaps leave to the audience, because I do want to get to some other considerations. Namely, that there's another question that I wanted to ask you, and I don't want to run over time here. So leaving these things open in the air, I hope people realize how many questions there are lying in the air. But I suppose one of my principal aims with this podcast episode is to bring considerations of antinatalism to my audience, rather than necessarily talk them into it or talk them out of it, if you see what I'm saying. The question that I want to ask is something like this. You've said in the past that you wouldn't be in favor, or that
Yeah, I love Alex's singing. Casual Alex is a great channel. Shout out to Casual Alex. It's, he sings with this Asian guy who I don't know who his name is, but he plays piano, I believe, and Alex sings. It's quite good. I'll play one of the songs afterwards. Also, that was not a very justice video. Not a very justice frame that I polished Alex on there. He's like, looks kind of derpy. Sorry about that.
there are good ways and bad ways of bringing about human extinction. For instance, you wouldn't be in favor of a method of bringing about human extinction that's painful, because, of course, for the people who do exist, the suffering that they'll experience during the extinction will matter. Is that about right? That you wouldn't be in favor of creating a mass extinction in a way that would be painful for people who do exist?
Correct.
So the question I want to ask is this: you've pointed out in Better Never to Have Been that when you don't have children, you're not just preventing the suffering of your child, you're also preventing the suffering of your child's child and your child's child's child and innumerable generations that stretch on into the future. Now, if, again, hypothetically, because in practice this wouldn't be the
Sometimes
case,
you
but if
gotta break a few
hypothetically
omelets
some
to make an egg.
government
Wait, a few
developed
eggs to
some
make an
kind of
omelet. Same difference.
nuclear weapon or had some kind of
Sometimes
big red
separate a few
button,
eggs to
that
make
they
an
could
omelet,
press,
yeah.
that would wipe out all sentient life on Earth, but it would do so quite painfully. It would do so by nuclear radiation or by fires or something like this. My problem is this: like, obviously there would be a lot of suffering that would be caused by that process of extermination over the course of a week or so. But given the sheer number of beings that, on your view, you'd be saving from suffering because there would be no progeny, do you not think that the suffering that you would save, that government would save by pressing that button over the multiple generations that are now not going to exist, would be worth the suffering that they cause by causing the planet to go extinct?
Yeah, I think it does depend on what background moral theoretical view
I
you
think it
have.
really depends on
So
if you're
it may well be
religious or
that utilitarians would think that that's the right thing to do if all these conditions are met. And as you rightly pointed out, you'd almost never know that those conditions are met. But it may be that a deontologist, for example, would say, although I'd be preventing a great deal of misery, it would be wrong for me to violate the rights of all these people by terminating them. That's not within my entitlement.
And is this something that...
See, what I respect about David Benatar is he tries to take an approach that bridges all ethical theories for antinatalism, and I appreciate that because his theory, his way of framing the asymmetry argument does work for every single ethical theory, which is awesome. So I give mad props for David Benatar for his asymmetry argument because it bridges every single ethical theory and pretty much leads to the conclusion we shouldn't have kids. But there are a bunch of implications from the utilitarian perspective. Or just like taking consequentialism into account on the various different forms like desirism and all that stuff. And if you do all that, then unfortunately, yeah, it does lead into promortalism, and he doesn't want to admit that. So Ripperoni is kind of being inconsistent. But other than that, I do love his ethics.
You as a philosopher would remain ambiguous on because you kind of, you don't think it matters?
Well, no, I do point out in Better Never to Have Been where I think one's theoretical background makes a difference. And so at least I evaluate the question of phased extinction. And I think that different theoretical positions could yield different answers about the permissibility of phased extinction. And I think something similar would be true about this sort of scenario that you're imagining now.
Right. So I can certainly grant that phased extinction would be better than painful extermination. But would you be willing to grant that painful extermination, if it was 100%, if it caused 100% finality, would be better than allowing people to continue existing and producing?
The practical question looms very large for me because I don't think that you could ever know that. And human history is littered with people who think they know when they don't know, who have utopian visions that cause immense amounts of misery. And so I think there's very good reason not to be that confident in yourself, always, especially when you're talking about the level of suffering that you'd be inflicting in a case like this.
Yes.
So it might be
There's only one thing you need to be confident in, though. He acts like, oh, you're being way too confident and arrogant in yourself by being willing to push the red button. No, it's quite simple. All you need to do is understand that, like, in terms of moral obligations to other beings, we just simply have an obligation to reduce suffering, and we don't have an obligation to produce pleasure. If someone's in need and they're suffering, I have an obligation to try to stop that suffering from continuing. If someone is really wanting to bust a nut, I don't have an obligation to give them a quick handy for whatever reason, because there is no obligations to produce pleasure and good feelings in the world. It's not like I have to go around like giving people $5 and growing roses and handing them out to people. No, I don't have any obligations to create unnecessary things like that, like things that aren't asked for, things that aren't needed. There's no previous desire there. I don't have a I don't have the obligation to create sensations where there wasn't a previous desire or need for them to exist. So that's basically, it's that simple, really. And if you can acknowledge that, it really just comes down to, oh, push the button. It's really that simple. You notice, oh, I don't have an obligation to give people handies, but I do have an obligation to prevent someone from falling off a cliff and breaking all their limbs or something. I don't know. That simple, basically.
Practically, even the consequentialists, even the utilitarians would be opposed to this.
Sure.
But the more foundational problem that I have is really this idea of playing God. And I think there are just too many people who have arrogated to themselves this right to play God, to decide for all humanity, for other competent beings.
Yeah, it's because we're the only things that are moral agents, just as we have to decide for little kids when they get in a fist fight at the fucking playground. The teachers have to step in and be like, hey, you guys can't do that. Moral agents have to make decisions for non-moral agents in regards to their pain and pleasure and like empirical sensations that they'll have occur, and make an assessment of whether we should allow those things to occur to them or not. It's that simple. As a moral agent, you have the responsibility. If there was a God, then he would have a responsibility to take care of us, because he's also would be a moral agent, or she, or it, or whatever the fuck you want to call God. God would have an obligation as a moral agent to take care of all other beings, just as we as moral agents would have obligations to take care of other moral agents and other non-moral agents that have empirical sensations, desires and preferences. So it's like, it's just that simple. But when it comes down to it, he's making it way more complex than it needs to be. Just like, oh, like you're playing God. No, I'm not playing God. I'm playing moral agent. What are you playing? Playground? You playing dress up or something? I'm an adult, and I'm playing a moral agent.
What ought to be done? It's a very, very dangerous view to hold. So I don't have the sort of godlike view of our powers or of our responsibilities.
I'm gonna go in and have a smoke break then. say, well, that's kind of tragedy in a sense, you know, like as being acknowledge that. But a really hypothetical analogy where it's just the sky and I'm just no outside observer like me being like, oh, what a tragedy. There is nothing bad right now. There's like there is simply no being to experience badness. Other people like that time would be like, no, this interest work rewarded each like there was something bad occurred in the universe because his manifesto wasn't acknowledged. And I just think it's kind of like spiritual concepts. The, you know, like it's just kind of oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. It's not so much close yeah, it's basically we're talking about interest, so like the person is that would be just saying that like that would still be taking like pain into account, like saying that there's like pain prevention matters. I would agree with that. What we're basically talking about like interest is like is there something regardless of the experience of people, like you know if you this cure for cancer was like prevented, that means a bunch of pain is going to continue on with cancer, which is a bad thing. But for his manifesto, I mean, assuming that like assuming it was turns out it's just like a normal book though or something like that, but like you really thought there was a lot of value in it, you know. Yeah, but it's probably they're gonna enjoy reading, I guess. But it's just a Yo, soft apple dude, you still here? At this point, I feel like no matter what food you've made, you probably have made it because I was gone talking to my mom about philosophy and smoking with my brother. So, as one do, because I may be a fucked up individual, but at least I have a somewhat healthy family dynamic, I guess. So, yeah, get distracted sometimes. Ah, I should have crushed it. I know I'll do that later. I'll have more. Let me go get the vitamin. Get the fuck out of here. Look at this shit. Get the fuck out of here. No, that's right. Ula. Dafla.
I've got limited responsibilities. It's not my job to prevent suffering for the rest of time.
Did you wait for me?
It's my job to prevent the suffering that I can reasonably confident I can do without causing
You're
more
the only
harm.
person watching at the moment, my
Sure.
dude.
So obviously,
Whoever's
the
watching,
example I give is a
speed up.
hypothetical one, and in philosophy, we can just kind of assume in the hypothetical that you do have total knowledge. Your objection is something like, the practicalities are really important because we can never actually be sure that the conditions are as we say they are. The point that I would want to make is that this is the same. Earlier, when I brought up the unintuitive conclusion that maybe it's not bad to kill a person painlessly, I'd make the same point. This is actually the exact argument that I give in response to people who, like yourself, say it seems troublesome to say that it's
Took a
just
smoke
okay
break.
to kill people painlessly. And my response is that, well, the practicalities do loom large, and we never know if they actually have no family, no one that will suffer from their disappearance, that we know that the person who kills them isn't going to develop kind of a liking for it, or that's going to affect them in some way, like, or have a negative psychological effect even on them, because they think they're doing a good thing. I would say, like, the practicalities of this matter make it such that we probably shouldn't normalize killing people painlessly. But in the hypothetical situation, I'm willing to grant that if we did just happen to know all of this, then we could say that it was okay to do. And I'm wondering if you're at least willing to do the same thing in saying, I agree with you that the practicalities do loom large and are important, but if we just hypothetically grant that you could know that this painful extermination would bring about the end of life on Earth, do you think it would be a moral obligation to do so?
No, I think it would depend on what view you have. So let's look at some scenarios. Let's imagine that I'm a utilitarian. Well, if I were a utilitarian, I might think to myself that, in fact, this is the right thing to do. But I might also think that if I were to say that it's the right thing to do, then I would be emboldening people who believe they know things when they don't know things, and who would start killing off people and animals in scenarios where, in fact, they're going to do more harm than good. And so from the utilitarian perspective, what I ought to do is shut up about that advice, because I know that it's going to be misused by people who've got far too much confidence in themselves. So it's not obvious what a utilitarian would say to you given that sort of dilemma. Then let's look at a deontologist. Well, a deontologist might say, well, I'm fully cognizant of all the misery that's going to result from my not pressing the button, but it's not within my rights to press that button. I mean, think about a much smaller scale case. Let's imagine you see somebody who's suffering from a terminal disease, and they want to continue existing. They believe it's worth their while to continue to live out the next few days or weeks, whatever it is that they have left. Whereas it is your very firm belief that all they're going to have is suffering, that by killing them now, you will be relieving them of a net harm. Well, may you go and kill them if this is a competent
100%.
person? I don't believe so. I don't
do.
think that would be appropriate for you to do. Now, the scenario you've presented me is a scenario writ large. We are not speaking about one person in this scenario. I'm speaking about 7 or 8 billion people. A deontologist may and quite plausibly say, this is not within my rights to do that.
So isn't this somewhat similar? I'm thinking specifically of the case of somebody thinking that their life is worth continuing, you having this firm conviction that it's not. If we take a version of antinatalism that's not reliant on asymmetry, but just reliant on your view that life is actually really bad, and you make the point that people's lives are often and usually much worse than they themselves know or think that they are, is this not a similar kind of judgment that you would make if somebody said, look, I mean, this person who exists, if I have a child, like I can know with considerable certainty, given the conditions that I'm going to bring them up in or something. Again, we can just grant this hypothetically, that they themselves are going to be of the opinion of being glad to have been born. Now, like an antinatalist could say, I know that they would be glad to, if you ask someone, they say that they'd rather been born, but they're actually just wrong in their own analysis of their own situation. I could just as well say to you, like, who are you to make that judgment for them, in the same way that you could say, who am I to make that judgment for the person dying on the street?
Well, there's a crucial difference. The one is you're dealing with a competent being, and the other is you're dealing with a non-existent being. So it may well be that I believe the competent being is wrong. I often believe competent beings are wrong. There are many competent beings I believe are wrong. But I don't believe I'm entitled to interfere with them, because that's the whole point, is we're parceling out decision-making authority precisely because we are fallible, and they get to decide for themselves. If they're making a mistake, that's their business. Now, when you're thinking about bringing somebody into existence, this is an entirely different scenario. Not only is there no competent being there, there's no being at all. And you can prevent everything that would happen to that person by not bringing them into existence without any cost to them whatsoever. That seems to be a no-brainer case about what you should do.
Yeah. Okay, so let's try and just reformulate this briefly in the last few minutes here. Let's get a bit more contrived to try and solve the kind of particulars of this situation. Let's say that a person is offered the chance by a time traveler to make it such that they
Bright
themselves
light.
never existed? Do you think they'd have an obligation to do so?
Turn on a light and just look up at
To
it.
what?
for
To
like
make
30
sure they
seconds.
never existed.
To make it such that they never existed.
I want to resist the scenario because I think there are lots of confounding factors in the scenario. Once you engage in this time travel idea, you're asking people to imagine not that they didn't come into existence. At least this is the net effect, but rather that they go out of existence.
So you think it would kind of be
I
the
know
same
that
thing?
technically that's not what you're asking them, but already we know people have problems considering the counterfactual case, the counterfactual scenario when they didn't exist. Because what they keep thinking is, well, I wouldn't have been here, and I wouldn't have been able to do this, and I wouldn't be able to do this. And they sort of think about all the things that they would have missed out on. And that's exactly the wrong way to think about it. So given what we know about the unreliability of people's counterfactual judgments about the conditions of their own existence, when you present them with a scenario that involves time travel back from some point where they do exist to some point when they didn't, we can't expect to get a reliable judgment in a scenario like that. It's going to be an unreliable judgment.
I suppose I just also think that you can't expect to get a reliable judgment from somebody who is going to die and knows they're going to die and thinks that it's going to be bad for them. I guess that's the kind of comparison that I'm trying to draw here, because I'd agree with you that if you presented someone with this time traveler, they would actually be thinking in their head about like stopping existing rather than having never existed, because in practice that's what it would mean to them. But we could come along and say, look, you don't understand. I mean, I know the way that you're experiencing this is that if you say yes to the time traveler, that everything you want to carry on living as you are now, and that wouldn't happen. But you don't understand, like philosophically, technically, you would never have existed, and the person you're making the decision for is your past self, who is an incompetent being, and you're making it on their behalf. It seems like you just wouldn't get a competent answer out of them. But I feel like the same would be true of the person who's dying on the street.
But these are two scenarios we're thinking about. There's a real person there who's existing, and now we have to decide whether to terminate their life or not. And my view is you defer to them if they're competent. You're now contrasting that with some hypothetical scenario, not a real scenario, a hypothetical scenario where you're asking what an actual person to travel back in time after having decided whether or not they should start existing. This is not a real decision.
No, I agree. It's not a real decision. It's a hypothetical question.
I hate
Perhaps
this
one that
part so much.
again
Looks
we
like an
can
idiot.
leave to the audience to consider, because I realize we've just come up on time. So unless there's anything else pressing that you want to say, or gaping holes that you'd
Dr.
like to
Ria,
fill with this
I think he's
situation,
just-
they
yeah,
say that a
this
person
is
is offered the
philosophy,
chance
bro.
by a time traveler to make it such that they themselves never existed. Do you think they'd have an obligation to do so?
To make sure they never existed?
To make it such that they never existed.
I want to resist the scenario, because I think in discussion, I do think that we've left lots of issues open. I fear too many issues, but nonetheless, been interesting engaging discussion. So thank you. After having decided whether or not they should start existing, it's not a real decision.
No, I agree. It's not a real decision. It's a hypothetical question, and perhaps one that, again, we can leave to the audience to consider, because I realize we've just come up on time. So unless there's anything else pressing that you want to say, or gaping holes that you'd like to clear up in a few brief moments, I suppose that's a good place to end the conversation.
Well, thanks for the interesting debate and discussion. I do think that we've left lots of issues open. I fear too many issues, but nonetheless, been interesting engaging discussion. So thank you very much.
Absolutely, and thank you for coming. I hope that the people listening, at the very least, are aware that these questions exist now, if not quite, if we haven't quite been able to come to a firm answer on them. So to everyone listening, as always, thank you for listening. Don't forget to subscribe if you're watching on YouTube, and leave a rating if you're listening on various podcasting devices. Click the notification bell. Everything that I do is supported by you on Patreon, so you find me on patreon.com/.
Did you hear the second part? What second part?
This episode of the Cosmic Skeptic Podcast is brought to you by you. To support the podcast, please visit patreon.com/Cosmic Skeptic.
I mean the one with Human Hancock?
This episode of the Cosmic Skeptic Podcast. Well, Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back again. A few days ago, I
Oh,
recorded this discussion that you'll have just listened to with
I have
Professor David Benner
not.
on antinatalism. And afterwards, Professor Benner listened back to the conversation and thought that there were some clarifications that needed to be made. We were kind of speaking in the time constraints of having about an hour, so we left a few topics in the air and some things weren't fully explicated. So we want to take an opportunity to just sit and discuss some of the points, some
Bruh.
of the bits that Professor Benner wanted to clarify as a little addendum to the conversation we had. Does that sound about right, Professor?
That sounds great. Thank you very much. Yes.
Sure thing. Okay, so I suppose the best way to do this, let's just jump in. And if you just want to let me know some of the points.
Yo, okay. We are already gonna save this into those because this is gonna be worthwhile.
Points that you heard on listening back to the conversation that you thought wanted some clarification, and we'll see where it goes.
Good. I think there are quite a few, but let me
You
concentrate on what I think are the more important ones.
Sure thing.
It
Yeah,
seemed on a number of occasions we were speaking past one another about the question of the value of pain and pleasure, both in their presence and in their absence. And you were insisting that the absence of pain and the absence of pleasure in the non-existing person is neutral. And I was actually agreeing with you about that. But where I think we were speaking across purposes was that when I say that the absence of pain is good and the absence of pleasure is not bad, I'm not referring to the intrinsic value of the obviously neutral states in the non-existing person. What I'm speaking about is a comparative judgment. So when I compare the absence of the pain in the non-existing person with the presence of the pain in the person who exists in the alternative scenario, I take the absence to be better than the presence. And so when I say it is good, I mean it is good in a comparative sense, not in an intrinsic sense. And so I can fully accept your point about the intrinsic neutrality of the state. I agree about that. I'm simply making a comparative claim. When I make a comparative claim, I don't know whether you agree or disagree, but I just need to clarify that's what I meant.
So that's what you meant. I suppose the confusion for me there would have been that when you use terminology like good, for instance, if I were comparing two negative states, if there were two instances of horrific suffering or something, but one was slightly less worse, I would hesitate to call it good, even comparatively speaking, to make an argument that kind of says that if forced to choose between two really bad options, that one is good. If there are two candidates in an election, both of whom you think are terrible, it would seem like a strange thing for me to say that it would be good to vote for one of them or something like that, rather than kind of framing it as being less bad or something like that, if that makes sense.
Well, I already bog down particulars of the example because it may not be good to vote for the less bad of the candidates.
Sure, actually, that makes sense, yes.
But that's not an analogous case to the one I'm referring to. So I certainly can grant your point that there are bads of varying degrees and goods of varying degrees. But the point I'm making is that the absence of all the pain that there would be in the life of the existing person, that is good in the sense that it is better than that alternative.
Sure. Now, this may be due to a lack of full understanding still exactly what you're saying, but what's the problem with saying, for purposes of clarification, what's the problem of saying that if a life, when it did come into existence, had a majority of pleasure, that compared to the state of neutrality, because that would be better, there would be, let's say, more of a good thing, something like this. Why can we not say that existing in that instance is good compared to the neutrality of existence if there is a majority of pleasure?
Well, this is where I think you're getting ahead of yourself because you're reaching an overall judgment about the net value of existence before you compare the components, namely the presence or absence of the pains and the pleasures. So before I reach a judgment about whether coming into existence is a net harm, a net benefit, or neutral, I want to compare the presence and the absence of pain and the presence and absence of pleasure in the two options. And so I think the absence of the pain is good. And by that, I mean it is comparatively good with the alternative. But the absence of pleasure, I think, is not bad. And what I mean by that is when you compare it with the alternative, it's not bad that it's absent. And it's not bad because there's nobody who is deprived of it.
Right. So it's not bad even in a comparative sense. It's not worse, that is to say.
Exactly. It's not worse.
I see.
That's exactly the point. Now, once you've got those two comparisons in place, now you're in a fit state to make the evaluation about the overall value of the life.
Okay, that makes sense.
Sorry. Yeah, this does lead us to the second concern. So you argued that one doesn't need the axiological asymmetry in order to generate the antinatalist conclusion, because if you think, and you didn't actually commit to this yourself, that you believe this, but you said if one thought that the bad in a life outweighs the good, or let's say the bad in all lives outweighs the good in all lives, then you could reach the antinatalist conclusion even without the axiological asymmetry. And I agree that you can reach the antinatalist conclusion without the axiological asymmetry, but what I wanted to resist, and I did resist this in multiple points in our discussion, was the inference that therefore the axiological asymmetry is false. What I didn't do, I think, was to clarify why, in some detail, why I would want to adhere to the axiological asymmetry. I gestured at there being a whole range of considerations, but I didn't sort of specify what some of those are. So let me just cite one for you. Almost everybody's going to deny that most lives contain more bad than good. Yet most people accept that, for example, there is no duty to bring a happy person into existence, but there is a duty to avoid an unhappy person. So if there's an axiological asymmetry that explains the judgments that most people make about these things, then it's got an explanatory value which your hypothesis doesn't have. So it's not that anybody who advances the view that you held is incoherent in some way. They have reached antinatalism without the axiological asymmetry, but there's nonetheless a great explanatory value in that axiological asymmetry.
Sure. To clarify on my part, I wouldn't say, let me see how this was worded. I wouldn't, and I hope people don't interpret me as saying that because antinatalism can be reached as a conclusion without the axiological asymmetry, that therefore there's a problem with the axiological asymmetry. That would be a totally invalid syllogism, of course. I suppose I was making two separate points. One is that in isolation, I felt like the asymmetry could be challenged. but that wasn't because you could reach the antinatalist conclusion without it. It was just a side note for clarification that said that just so that people know you can reach it without the axiological asymmetry. So if there is a criticism that you have that you think holds, you can still be an antinatalist. But it's worthwhile making the clarification you made there, I think.
Thank you. Yes, I'm pleased you accept that, because I had the sense in the conversation that you were vacillating between those two positions, and that sometimes you were moving from the claim that the axiological asymmetry wasn't necessary to the point that this was actually a challenge against the axiological asymmetry. So if that's cleared up, then that's great. This is an important feature of our subsequent conversation here.
Yeah, well, I certainly don't think that it's because it works without the asymmetry that the asymmetry would fail. I don't think that's the reason that it fails, if that makes sense. Now, I hope people didn't interpret me that way. Maybe some of them did. Maybe I actually did say things that suggested that. Part of the reason for that might be, and it's worth listeners kind of reflecting on this, is that because this is quite a unique area of philosophy that isn't addressed very much, sometimes I suppose the terminology can get mixed up if you haven't been spending a long time making sure that you're using everything correctly and specifically. So it may well be that at a number of points I accidentally equivocated, or I kind of misunderstood an argument quite badly or something like that. So it is really worth paying attention when listening to a conversation of a topic that's brand new, and I hope listeners can do that. Are there any other areas that you feel are a pressing need to make sure that we're on the same page about?
Thanks. First, let me say that I think you're quite right. These are very difficult matters. It's hard to get one's head around them. They're very challenging. I think it's one of the reasons that makes them so interesting. So I think there are two other points that I wanted to raise. The one was about the Epicurean arguments. And there were places where I think I was insufficiently precise in what I said about the Epicurean argument. I did correct it later on. I made it clear what I meant by that. The odd thing for the Epicurean is that just as they can't say that death is bad for the person who dies, they also can't say that it's good for the person who dies. And both you and I acknowledged that in the course of the discussion. One of the counterintuitive implications of that is that if you have somebody who is suffering, they're in extremis, they've got a terminal condition, you can't say that it's better for them to die. I can say that. I can say it's better because I don't believe that you have to exist in both of the scenarios in order to make the comparative judgment. But if you're somebody like the Epicurean who insists on what's sometimes called the existence requirement, that is to say, you have to exist in both of the scenarios in order for the comparison to be made, they do run into that difficulty. But I can explain why death would be better for somebody who's suffering greatly. Now, of course, you don't have to accept the antinatalist argument in order to reach that conclusion, but you do have to be able to compare existence and non-existence.
Yes.
And I do that with the coming into existence case, and I also do it with the going out of existence case.
Right. I understand your point about consistency, and I would tend to agree, but I would question whether the Epicurean is committed to saying, especially if we consider the term good being used in a comparative sense. I wonder if an Epicurean could still say, although famously death is nothing to us, when death comes we're not there, and when we're here it's not there, that still if somebody is suffering, the Epicurean would say that it's good to die in the sense that it's better to be dead, because that it's better to have nothing than to have something if that something is a net negative. I wonder if they'd be committed to it in that respect.
I don't think you can say that.
But again, I don't want to kind of get caught up in our disagreements here rather than the points of clarification, if you see what I mean.
Sure. Look, I think they can say that continued life would be bad, but what they can't say is it would be either good or better.
So continued life being bad, kind of relative to, because the way I understand that is if the Epicurean says that continued life is bad, then they're kind of saying as compared to not continued life, that's what makes it bad. We're kind of comparing continuing life and not continuing life, and they say that continuing life is bad, which would imply that not continuing life is not bad, which if not bad is better than bad. Then by the way that you're using the term good, I suppose I could say that that's better and therefore good.
Be careful, because I can say it, but they can't say it, because the whole point is that they can't compare existence with non-existence and reach a conclusion about what's better for the person. Because you aren't there when you're dead, death can't be worse for you, on their view, not on my view, on their view. And just as it can't be worse, it also can't be better.
Is this like the non-identity problem that you think that they're committed to, the idea that they can't say anything about a person who's dead because they believe that that the person who's dead, there's nothing of them?
They're just not there.
Yeah.
Non-identity problem is normally with advanced, or that term is used with regard to coming into existence. But they think you can only make these comparisons if somebody exists. If somebody ceases to exist, you can't say it's better or worse for them, which is just another of the odd implications of Epicureanism. There are a whole array of them. And so when I did say in our earlier discussion that
I agree,
when I'm trying to reflect on whether I should accept the Epicurean view, I need to examine all of its implications and see whether on balance this is a wise view to accept. And when I do that, I don't reach that conclusion that it's a wise view to accept. Obviously, I've not done it full justice here. This is, as I said earlier, an old and a resilient argument. There's much more to be said that could be said in a podcast, but I do think what we've discussed now is clarificatory and advances our earlier discussion.
Yes, so I want to press to the listener that the purpose of this addendum here is to clarify points. So I would stress that I still disagree with a lot of what you're saying here. I'd even potentially disagree still with the idea that Epicureanism is committed to what you're saying. I'm not sure on that. Maybe it's something that I'll revisit and write about in the future, but our purposes here are just to make sure that we at least understand the points that are kind of being made as they're being made, right? So I think when I'm saying kind of sure that makes sense throughout this little conversation that we're having now, I don't mean in terms of I'm pulled over and agree with you. I just mean to say that that's useful clarification, but it doesn't mean that I agree with the argument. Having said that, we can kind of keep going for as many as you think are worth clarifying, unless that was the last major one that you had.
Just one more, if you don't mind.
Of course.
So at the end of our discussion, you were presenting me with the benevolent world exploder. You didn't use exactly that terminology, but you asked if I was presented with the option of destroying all sentient life, then would I press the button or not? And the challenge was obviously because of all the suffering of generations in the future that I could prevent, there's presumably some very strong reason for me to press that button. And I stepped through the different theoretical positions, and I suggested that a utilitarian might be willing to press the button, but might also not want to let on that they would press the button because there might be negative consequences for letting on. And then I raised the case of the deontologist and said, well, they may well not press the button because although there'd be a vast amount of suffering that they'd be preventing, they might plausibly say it's not within their rights to press that button. And I gave the example of somebody who is suffering from a terminal disease. It's very likely, let's say, in my view, that the bad far outweighs the good and that it would be in their interest to die. And I asked myself, should I kill this person? And my view is, no, I shouldn't, because if this person is competent, then they get to decide themselves. They may well be mistaken, but I don't get to override a competent person and decide to take them out of existence if they want to continue. And my point, and I didn't make this, I suppose I said it to some extent, my point about the benevolent world exploder is that you just multiply that case by, let's say, 7 or 8 billion cases in the case of human beings, and even still more in the case of all the other sentient beings. So just as I don't have a right to kill the one person, I wouldn't have the right to kill all of the others. Yeah. What I worried about the discussion was that we got a little bogged down about the case you raised of the time traveler. And I noted that that was a sort of hypothetical case, but it's not the hypotheticality of it that counts per se. I think that it's just not relevant to the example I was giving.
Yes, and as I said to you privately not long ago, reflecting on it, I do think that the time traveler case is disanalogous in the crucial aspect that the person is therefore making the decision for themselves. And the point that you were making was that you don't have the right to make the decision on behalf of somebody else who's competent. The point that I would probably make if I were to kind of rehash it under that line,
We still didn't acknowledge him for coming up with the red button scenario.
Override that
Fair enough.
Autonomy. You also think that that person doesn't have the right to bring people into existence. So the way that I see it on the anti-natalist view is that we have.
Did you watch?
Rights.
Yeah, I did.
A situation where
it was really actually interesting.
People, it would violate
I watched
rights.
it a
But
couple weeks
people,
back.
I know that they're going to violate other people's rights.
That is like, bro,
by causing them to suffer. And so you've kind of got a situation whereby if you don't, you know somebody is going to violate someone else's rights. Do you have the right to violate the first person's right, knowing that that's the only way to stop them from violating another person's right, especially if that violation that they're going to commit is of generational proportion?
Which is
so
fair.
Then the question becomes
I'd be salty
about
too.
the nature of when and if we can override.
Like Alex,
rights,
sell the credit.
which isn't necessarily kind of a question specific to anti-natalism, but would be a question that would need to inform your answer as to whether you personally would press the button. I hope that makes sense.
In a way, yes. You have to distinguish, I think, between a utilitarianism of rights and a strictly deontological view. So a utilitarian of rights would seek the minimization of rights violations, but then you are dealing with a version or a species of utilitarianism. And so it's just a question of minimizing rights violations. Sure. Deontologists, I think, there'd be a much higher bar there. So I'm not saying that deontologists are always committed to respecting rights irrespective of the outcome and irrespective of what other rights violations might. There's going to be an extremely strong presumption, and in some versions of deontology, an absolute prohibition on killing innocents in order to prevent them from violating rights down the line. I mean, think about this, for example. Among the people that you would kill in the benevolent world exploder are sentient animals who are not moral agents, and so not violating anybody's rights. Yes. You'd also have human babies who would potentially become procreators down the line, and you've got no idea whether they would or wouldn't procreate, but you'd certainly be violating their right to life in the process. So there'd be lots of rights violation there that couldn't be justified in the way that you were suggesting.
Yeah, I could see ways around it, but again, that would be a point of disagreement rather than one of clarification. I suppose just to close out, because thinking about it now, we never kind of landed on a question, and perhaps it's one that you wouldn't want to personally answer, but I wonder what the answer in your view would be to the question of whether it is good to press the button. I don't mean from each perspective. I mean from your perspective. If the button is in front of you, am I to take from what you've just said that you would not press the button?
I think let's leave my view on this particular one out of. I've spelled out the different options and I've shown you that there's no complication. I may answer that at some point, but I think I'd just rather not answer it now.
That's fine. Leave it to the consideration of the audience at least. I know that certainly when I've been asked it in the past, I've not wanted to answer.
Coward.
It's one of those really controversial questions, so I totally understand that. Well, unless there's anything that you wanted to clarify on top of that, I think you said that was the last point, the last major point at least.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks very much.
Fantastic. Well, then I just wanted to thank you again and do so publicly to say that it's the fact that you wanted to have this conversation shows that you do really care about making sure that our listeners are understanding you properly and really getting the best chance at engaging properly with the anti-natalist argument. So it's refreshing to see. This hasn't happened with a guest before. It's nice that you've kind of listened back and been willing to do this follow-up. I hope people listening will take this seriously and take these clarifications on board and go and revisit the arguments that Professor Benison makes and read the book with these things in mind and see what they think about it. And if they do have any points or questions about it, leave a comment in the original video because I know that there's a very strong
I should ask my grandma how she's going off the tango of ethics.
So she'd be willing to do so. But really, yes, I have to thank you again, Professor Benson, for joining me and for doing this follow-up discussion.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you all being willing to do the follow-up.
No, but he is a coward. He hides his face. He doesn't do any activism on the street. He I mean, no offense, Spencer, I love you, but I mean, you are kind of a figurehead, so it's understandably a coward. You don't get like killed, you know. Grandma Brand. But when it comes down to it, yeah, I don't think it's very Cash Money that he doesn't want to put his stances regarding utilitarianism on the board. Consequentialism. I think that kind of answers it, though. Not answering is an answer. Yeah, I mean, that is true. Not answering is an answer. It's basically like being like, oh, yeah, I'd blow it up. Gary, I'd slam it 1,000,000 fucking times. Yeah, Gary's answer really is just like, honestly, the better answer is like saying that I'd push it, but it's like reluctant. Like, yeah, man, I'd push it, but it's like kind of like a like yeesh. We have to push this button. Gary's just like, nah, fuck this shit. This shit's so fucked. Like, push the button is like everybody should. If there was a multiverse, every other multiversal person should like pull you out and give you like a high five and a gold star and a handy and fucking everything they can just to be like, good job, bud. You're the only one that pushed the button and no one else wanted to. But you know, like when it comes down to it, I get it, but at the same time, it's both appeals to both people. People who are passionate like me are like a Gary, and people who are like really DL are like, yeah, man, I kind of like prefer the subtle energy, man. You catch my drift, bruh. Both have their appeals. Oh, 100%. 100%. I mean, well, it really depends. Eternal, no. If it was like, if it was eternal in like the multiversal sense, then yes. If it was eternal in the sense of like just Earth, then no, because eventually my pain would, utilitarianly speaking, eventually overrule the amount of pain that Earth would ever come. Like quadrillions of years in the future, I'd still be suffering, and eventually, from a utilitarian perspective, I would be like such a catalyst of suffering that I would weigh more than the entirety of all of Earth. So no, but if it's like the multiverse, that's different. Like if it's like infinity of infinity, if it's like the infinity of infinities, like the multiple infinities on like a layer on top of each other, well then I have an obligation to do so. It's just kind of how it do be. So if I have an obligation, I have an obligation. It's just how it be. If it's just a wing. Just as their $5 is like my $5, I should suffer in hell if it prevents the suffering of the multiverse. You know, it's just the equivalent of just how it do be. I ain't going to hell, bro. Hey man, if it's prevent the hell of the entire multiverse or me, you know, I'm choosing me to prevent everything going a bad way. I said that wrong. Anyways, you get the point. Well, you're a better man than me, if you say so. I don't know if it makes me better. It just makes me, I think, purely just a utilitarian, just a pure utilitarian, well, negative utilitarian, without any deontological or egoistic like preference. It's just like, oh well, if there's more pain on total that can be prevented, I would rather suffer like one infinity to prevent multiple infinities worth of pain. Like if it's like a whole infinite universe, but then there's like the multiverse, there's like multiple infinite universes. Then it's just like I'd rather take on an infinite universe worth of pain to prevent multiple infinite universes worth of pain. My brother's just walking up. Consistent in beliefs, of course, it's easier to say you do it since that scenario will never happen. Exactly, since that scenario will never happen, it's also pretty easy for me to say. But if I was given that scenario and there's a button to push, I'd be like, oh, okay, boop. You know, I'd be like, logically speaking, boop. But compared to all the other people in the universe being like, it's not much of a difference. So there's only so many neurons in the body that can be set on fire at once. You know, there has to be like a maximum command. New levels of pain will be introduced. Yeah, but it happens to people every day, man. It's just all of them or me. You know what I mean? Hypothetically, maybe. But when it comes down to it, so long as the number is less than the universe, I would be willing to endure it. It doesn't matter my sensory capabilities. Get over here. It doesn't matter the sensory capabilities of myself. It's as long as the utilitarian total pain is less, I would do it. Here we go. Let's I love how the false part of my stream's name. People are just like coming in here and being like, wait a minute. Let's see. This is my favorite vape. It's one of these guys, Vipresso. It's a simple little device. It uses seltnic or normal nicotine, and it's quite efficient delivering you nicotine. So I like this little guy right here. It fits in the palm of your hand, and it's highly functional. and the pods are affordable and just come in these little things like this with the cap every time. So you just replace. It's like getting a replaceable tip every time. It's quite nice. I should get one before my tumor starts growing. So yeah, Jason Meyer asked, "What's your favorite vape?" I actually was able to answer your question today, Jason. You're welcome. Usually I'm not able to answer Jason's questions because they're really random. I should get one before my tumor starts growing. Yeah, you should, my dude. Grab one before you can. Before the Sand War, Dune Wars of 2049. It's like after World War III. World War III is gonna happen like in the 2030s. Just kidding. Just saying, it definitely will.
If someone is trying to pay a compliment to a narcissist in a way that does not offend them, like an employee trying to pacify a narcissistic supervisor, it's important that the compliment be perfect. If it isn't, the narcissist will view this as a criticism. They will pick up on any hint of negativity. For example, if the employee tells Nathan, the fictitious narcissistic supervisor, that he is hardworking, dedicated, efficient, commendable, and one of the most innovative supervisors in the company, Nathan will focus on that last item as a criticism. He will wonder who the other innovative supervisors are in the company. How can those supervisors possibly compete with him? Nathan wants to be called the best. Any imperfect compliment is nothing short of a personal attack on his character. If someone is trying to pay a compliment to a narcissist in a way that does not offend them, like an employee trying to pacify a narcissistic supervisor, it's important that the compliment be perfect.
I think it has to be probably when I was in 8th grade. A girl in my class told me I was one of the 2 ugliest boys in the school. That's been well over 40 years since I was in 8th grade. And to be carrying it still now, into the 5th decade is kind of crazy. Anytime I think I might be dressed well or look good, that does come back and haunt me and just says, well, you're one of the 2 ugliest boys in our class.
I guess when I was stupid. Yeah, just like homework, and like little things like dropping like glass. Me and my that I really have that good of a relationship right now because of like the way he's talked to me when I was little. But I was stuck like feeling stupid for a long time. Like I feel like I was like playing myself down for a lot of situations because of what my dad said to me in the past. So it's just like I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, so the most painful thing I've been told was by my mother when she essentially blamed me for my grandmother's death. We were traveling, my grandmother is sick at home, and then she told me because I had said a swear word, it was just damn, like the word was damn. And then the next day my grandmother had passed away. She's like, because you said that, your grandmother passed away. I still hold that against her to this day. Like I can't see my mom the same because of that. And I hold like incredible guilt, like surrounding my grandmother's death.
Do you think you'll ever find healing from it?
No, I would have to like, unless my grandmother could like come back from the dead herself to tell me like it's not your fault. I don't think I could like ever get over it.
So when I was a child, I had it was a very violent childhood. And when I was about 18 years old, I got kicked out of my mom's house. And one of the things that she told me was to get the fuck out of her house. And she called me a piece of shit. I held on to that for the last 15 years almost. I've stemmed in all kinds of things, abandonment issues, thinking that I was a piece of shit, and essentially letting that mold a huge part of who I had become in my early 20s and basically until recently, to be honest. So yeah, I think that was the hardest thing that I've ever heard, was from my own mother.
It was my mom telling me, how could I ever be proud of you? Like when I came out to her, and that like always like sticks in my psyche that, you know, just like not being able to like my mom asking me, you know, how could I ever be proud of you when you're not straight, whatever. So yeah.
It was, I think my dad was really mad at me. He was mocking me because a year earlier I tried to kill myself, and he was like making fun of that. He said, "Oh, at least I'm not the kid that tried to kill himself. Your dad ain't never cared about you, and he don't give a fuck about you." I just started talking back to my dad now. Things have been good. When I speak to him now, though, he be the only one that seemed like listen, for real. And, you know, it's like you live in a world where everybody has their own perspectives and nobody wants to get to know anybody else's. But when I talk to him, I feel that. And he give me that idea that he really do care about what I got to think about, and that we not so different. And it's crazier too because me and my dad got the same name, so it makes me feel like I do got somebody on this earth that understands me.
The most painful thing I was told was when my dad woke me up and told me that my Nana had passed away. Yeah. Every day I find moments where I'm like, oh, I wish I could just like call her or let her know like what's new in my life. I very much leaned on her when I was younger. My mom worked a lot. She was a young mom, so she took care of us for the most part. I would just say she embodied sunshine, like any room she walked in. If it was dark, it was light. She had this laugh that anytime you would hear it was kind of like a cackle. It was kind of annoying a little bit, but really, really funny. And you couldn't help but like laugh as well. She's just very special. Thank you for asking. It feels kind of good to open up a little bit, you know, because I don't talk about it often, but I don't know, sharing just part of her in my day like feels good. So thank you.
Yeah, what was your name?
Cheryl.
Okay.
Her name is Cheryl. Cheryl too.
The first thing comes to my mind is when someone I know told me that my brother is better than me in a lot of stuff. When I'm with my brother, I feel like I'm not there all.
When you're with your brother, with
Uh-huh.
a lot of people, you don't show your personality.
Yeah, because my brother is like show up to everyone, and I'm like in the back. And the most painful thing was when I enter to a room, and someone says like, "Where's your brother? And you, why are you here?" Something like that, and that was like a shock to me. He doesn't know that I feel like I can't show me when I'm with him.
You've never told him.
No, no.
Does the way you feel and the things you were told, does it change how you feel about your brother at all?
5 years ago, yes. Now, no. I go to therapy so I can change that feeling because it was a very bad feeling because my brother doesn't have that fault that what I was through. So
Yeah, like
no. I love him.
sit in a corner, stuff like that.
the
Really steer.
because like that's
when
like
I had
my
one.
favorite person in the entire world. So telling us that we didn't look alike was kind of harsh. Like my own blood and my own like person was not looking like me. We didn't act alike at the time, so it was weird. It hurt a lot. They're my favorite person on this entire planet.
I think in my first relationship, I was told things like, God, you can't really do anything by yourself, can you? Or like, how would you survive without me? Things that made me feel like I couldn't be my own person. So it really sunk into me for a long time that I couldn't be by myself and I couldn't be my own person and I needed someone to help me. And I knew deep down that that wasn't true because I'd always been very independent as a kid. But that person just sucked my entire soul into theirs and devoured it and spit it back out. And it took a long time to unlearn that and realize that that's not true. And that was their insecurity of knowing that if I realized that I could do anything myself, I would. Now I'm fully nomadically in my van. I've been doing it for 3 years. So.
That I'm such a very good listener and that I listen to people well, but I take it kind of as a painful thing to hear because I feel like I don't share my feelings enough and I don't speak a lot to other people, and so I feel like people never hear me. So I feel like when I speak, they don't listen as much as I do.
Occasionally was hit, but only on rare occasions.
Because of my situation, I can't really travel. They expressed to me that they have to disconnect from me. Kind of forget that I'm here. So they can enjoy themselves.
I think they're not enough. They'll never be enough. No one will ever understand.
What this is all about. Yeah. That this life might always be a mystery, for sure.
Have you before you go? Have you gotten any answers as you've gotten older?
Just opinions, and none of them are really like answers, because no one really knows.
What do you believe?
Take your time and enjoy the little things.
The most painful thing I've been told was something I was told, but I didn't even realize I was told, which is I was 45 and I got diagnosed with bipolar disorder. I lived my whole life, 2 children, a wife, the house, San Diego, beautiful, everything great. And then I lost it. I lived on the street. I lived on the street in Mexico. I went to jail 5 times in Mexico. And then because of my sister, she's the only one that saved me.
Damn.
What was the most hurtful part of it all?
Oh, my kids. I was the go-to. The wife owned an advertising agency. She's lovely. She's awesome, but she's a worker. I worked from home, and I had the kids, and they were my babies, and I just disappeared on them. And I mean, I was every day at school, everything, every soccer, doing gymnastics in the backyard, everything. And then I was gone, and there was a babysitter, and boy, let me tell you, that didn't help them at all. That was hard to see, the hardest thing. I'm still feeling the effects. I just want to say that I'm in touch with my daughter all the time, and we're starting to patch up. And I see my son 3 times a week. And I'm working on a product now, a golf product that I hope saves me. It was a golf product that me and my dad worked on, and we worked on it together, and then he died, and I bailed out on it, of course. But now I'm back. So I feel like it's a gift from my dad who is in heaven. What the product does that nothing else does is it provides a club face angle visibility. And it says if your club face and your putter path both are square and online. It uses a fused color, a blue color over a yellow color that makes it green. And when it's green, you know it's good. I am selling it on fusion.golf. It's ready to go right now.
Okay, it'll be linked in the description for my listeners. Check it out. There you go. Thank you so much.
Any golfers out there, it works, I promise. Really good. Really, you'll be happy.
No, you don't. Connection lost. Oh. Incarnation.
My name is
Back at it again. Okay. I lost connection. Now we're using the phone as a hotspot. So it should be fine. I think. You still here, homie? It's a Gucci groovy. It's not Gucci's. It kicked me from my game that I was playing on the PlayStation at the same time. It was like a big Wi-Fi dip. I think it's because my parents are outside right now and they're fucking connected to the Wi-Fi, and so it's straining the internet. But I have no clue. It could just be literally just a dip in the internet because, frankly, we have trashy fucking modem. Our modem's old. Oh my god. Hmm. I feel like taking a sleeping pill and staring at a wall. You'll probably pass out, but that also seems like something that's more valid than a lot of things in life. So I say if you want to go for it, go for it. Discover the wall demons. Oh, come on. Come on, Demiurge. We know you want to fuck shit up in this world. Let's get my parents to like fight my brother inside the house where the internet and modem is, so that like I can have better internet, so it's not straining. Like you want to do it. Just let me play this game. Tolerate my day. Yeah, you too, my dude. Take a good care. Good one. Ciao. I'm gonna end the live stream because no one's watching me, and I also want to play a game which the internet's fucked up because of my live stream. So, yeah.